Ted, get your hat on, mate. Let's go. We're on. Oh, here we go. Right, Ted's hit the button. We're just, Ted's just getting his makeup on. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Right, we're all good. Engines are running. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. He's looking a bit windswept at the moment. Let me just sort that flag out, Teddy. There you go, how's that? Is that better? Is that good? Okay. How are we doing? Hope you're all well. Welcome to Ted HQ. That's right, RAF Coningsby. And the home of the Typhoon FGR4. And of course, the wonderful aircraft of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. RAF Coningsby protecting UK airspace, along with RAF Lossiemouth in the north. This is a quick reaction alert station. This is QRA station number 2 south, and of course RAF Lossiemouth in Scotland, QRA station number 1 north. There is a third one, but that's of course out in the Falkland Islands 1435 flight with 4 Typhoons named Hope, Charity, Desperation and Faith. Did I just say that wrong? Faith, Hope, Charity and Desperation. There we go, got them all. This is our Typhoon FGR4 fighter, ground attack reconnaissance aircraft, Mark IV. We do have another Typhoon here called the T3, a Mark T3, a training family version Typhoon. That's your 2-seater. The markings that you can see here are 29 Squadron, making up one of 5 Typhoon squadrons here at Coningsby. Number 29, number 12, 41, 3 and 11 fighter squadrons. There are 4 at RAF Lossiemouth. Number 1, number 2, 6 and 9. Very early numbers, which indicate that they were the originals. So the lower they are, like literally 1 to 12, all those original low numbers like that were some of them being pre-Royal Flying Corps. Yes, such as the oldest squadron here at Coningsby, number 3 Fighter Squadron, formed just before the Royal Flying Corps, part of the Royal Engineers actually. It was number 2 Aeroplane Company, which then was renamed a year later with the formation of the Royal Flying Corps. They became number 3 Squadron Royal Flying Corps. So there's a lot of history of all the squadrons, as you know. Those that follow the channel will know some of the roots and rich history, and we don't need much here with 29 Squadron, an operational conversion unit that we can see here starting up. And they train the junior pilots who have come from RAF Valley. The last aircraft they would have been sat in and flying would have been the Hawk, BAE Systems Hawk T2. And then they come here if the career for the pilot is a Typhoon FGR4. So the squadron is made up of qualified flying instructors. 29 Squadron is also the place for your weapons conversion as well. So the aspects of the weapon side of things all comes here with 29 Squadron. So it's not just the pilot side of things. Energetic and keen is their motto. They have the Latin Impeger et Acer, formed in 1915 at Gosport, and 26 of their pilots had achieved ace statuses in World War I. They were the first operational unit to convert to the Tornado F3. They've also flown Mosquito, and of course the Tornado. They've had Wing Commander Guy Gibson before he became a Wing Commander. He was flying with 29 Fighter Squadron as a night fighter. They've flown various aircraft such as the Meteor, Blenheim, not in any order by the way, just whatever off the top of my head, the Javelin. Spent lots of time up north as well, and although formed in Gosport in 1915, they did form as a defensive night fighter squadron in 1940. And they arrived here at Coningsby 19th of May 2005. They were the second squadron to receive the Typhoon in 2003 at BAE Systems Wharton Aerodrome. Number 17 took the honour of being the first to bring the Typhoon here along with 29, and the other squadrons followed as well. So lots of history. So that's 29 squadron just briefly wrapped up. So they're what's called an operational conversion unit. The F-35B OCU is 207, that's at RAF Metheringham. We've also got number 12 squadron. They're the kind of like the new kids on the block, although every year that we go by, they did stand up in 2018, but as a Typhoon joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. But of course they arrived here in 2020, which is why new kids on the block. But they do have their own sort of RAF Valley, so to speak, at RAF Leeming with number 11 Qatari Emirati Air Force. So there's qualified flying instructors at RAF Leeming Royal Air Force that will train the pilots of number 11 Qatari Emirati Air Force. But when they pass, just like they would do at Valley, they actually still come here with 29 Squadron before proceeding to number 12 Squadron. So number 12 is a joint Royal Air Force and Qatari Emirati Air Force. Next squadron, let's go with number 3 Fighter. Now they're the oldest squadron here, as we mentioned. They're the first to fly heavier than air aircraft of the Royal Air Force, hence their motto, "Third shall be the first." As we mentioned earlier, they started life, formed in 1911, number 3. That's quite amazing, isn't it? As far back as that, a year before the Royal Flying Corps, you know, that's quite amazing. So if you see in brackets the letter F, that does stand for fighter. They've flown the Hurricane 1, Javelin, the Harrier GR1 and GR5, and they formed all the way back as an Air Battalion Royal Engineers number 2 Aeroplane Company before being renamed a year later, 1912, with the formation of the Royal Flying Corps. The Royal Flying Corps changed in 1918, in fact the 1st of April 1918, when they amalgamated, they joined together with the Royal Naval Air Service, became the Royal Air Force. That's thanks to Sir Hugh Trenchard, who put that forward. And they arrived at Coningsby in 2006. They formed at Lark Hill, by the way, and for those that know Lark Hill, it's very close to Stonehenge. In fact, Stonehenge had an aerodrome, and there is a link with mythology and historical emblems. If you look at some of the emblems and some of the posters, what looks like a number 3 in Roman numerals is actually like the trilithon monoliths of Stonehenge. You'll see all the sort of like the cracks of the stone that they used, the huge sarsen stones. And links with mythology has influenced the creature that's on there, the cockatrice. Just interestingly, the RAF don't always have nicknames, but number 29 are the Buzzards, and number 3 Fighters we're mentioning now, they're cockatrice. And that's because they were the first, apparently, in mythology. The cockatrice was the first creature to fly in mythology. Now, being number 3 Squadron the first to fly heavier than air aircraft, they thought the cockatrice was suitable. However, me studying mythology, I've always said that Pegasus was probably the first creature, although the cockatrice does have a trick up its sleeve where it turns its victims into stone. So when the court case came in, Pegasus and the cockatrice were in their courtroom, but there were no witnesses because the cockatrice had turned its witnesses into stone. That's my little take on it, but that's my own story. Poetic license, there we go. The next squadron we'll mention is number 11 fighter that's here. Now, number 11 are the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. They sport the Roman numerals on their squadron crest and their numbers, so X1. They do have 2 eagles on their squadron markings, and that's probably because of the 2-seater pusher aircraft that they were operating during the First World War. Their motto is swifter and keener than eagles. And I'm going to dare pronounce it in Latin. Osiores acriores aquilis. Sounds like some sort of, you know, something they'd say out of Harry Potter or something, you know, like, just kidding. Just
oi,
oi. Oi, oi. So they've flown the Bristol Scout, the Hurricane 2 Lightning F6 as well, and arrived at Coningsby in 2007. They formed all the way back in 1915. Number 12 Squadron, as we mentioned briefly, they're the new kids on the block. 2020 they arrived here. They have a fox on their squadron crest, and that's because of the Fairy Fox, the sole operator of the Fairy Fox. And that was in 1926. They formed in 1915 again at Netheravon. Sounds like a lot of squadrons formed at Netheravon. Do you know what? I may have to do a little bit of research on Netheravon. I've always mentioned Netheravon, but never been there, so I will have to go and have a look. 12 Squadron have got they've got a really nice memorial at RAF Wickenby. I'll have to have a look at that again. They've flown the Blackburn Buccaneer, the Canberra, the Tornado. They've flown quite a few. And then last but not least, it's XL1 Squadron, that's right, 41 Squadron, with their Spitfires marked as Echo Bravo during the Second World War. They are a test and evaluation squadron. Now, their HQ, although they're based here, their HQ is actually at RAF Waddington, the Air and Warfare HQ. They've flown various aircraft, such as the SE5, the Havilland Hornet. Wow, and we mentioned the Hornet not long ago, actually, which was a single fighter version of the Mosquito. I don't think I'm going to get time to get that. Thank you. The gas station of the sky there. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. Hope we're all good. A big shout out to all the roles, all the squadrons, all the units here at Coningsby. A big, very warm welcome from the car park. We are in the official spotters car park here at Coningsby. A safe place to view aircraft. And it's nice that we've got that facility. And as you can hear, it is by a road, so do be mindful when crossing the road. And I do mean all ages as well. Not just children as well, although do take extra care with your children when you do come here. But do be mindful of the busy road. Thankfully, it's had its speed limit reduced to 40. Goodness me, I remember the days of 60 here, actually. It's hard to imagine that. But do be mindful. Again, please respect the surroundings. there are a lot of fields, though, of course, that are private property. Please don't go on them. Please don't touch the fence, rest your ladders on the fence, all the usual, by the way. And please, under no circumstances do you block with your vehicle or your ladders. Keep this clear. They're called crash gates. They're dotted about. They're clearly marked, so please don't put yourself there. And the other thing as well is the red and white fence. I always dread that someone's going to be there as an example, but it's good to see that clear. It really is. And of course the field here is MOD property and private land, etc. You can stand to the right of that fence, look, wooden fence there, no problem at all, and to the left of it, but please don't stand there. You will be asked to move on. So a big shout out to our security forces here, the RAF police. Hope we're all good. All the ground crew, armourers, technicians, fairies, computer geeks. Yes, these are official loving terminology for their roles. The computer geeks, that is a thing, and the fairies, of course. Armourers, how you're doing. And of course the pilots and the squadrons, air traffic control, the MPGS at... yep, there is elements of the army here as well. And of course, as we get closer to Christmas, it's very easy to forget that there are men and women playing the QRA role. And I'm not just talking about Coningsby as well, those that, you know, that monitor the skies from Bulmer, Swanwick, High Wycombe, the squadrons there looking after our skies. And the stations such as Coningsby, ready to scramble, Lossiemouth, Bryce Norton with the Voyager, that is 24/7 as well. So it's very easy to forget that there's still going to be men and women working over Christmas. Now QRA, quick reaction alert, means 24/7, 365, no matter what day it is. Whether it's Christmas, a holiday, a celebration, it doesn't matter. And it's very easy to forget that. So remember them. There are men and women as ready as they were to scramble in 1940 during the Second World War. They're as ready now. Amazing. And the legacy lives on, and that's what I love about the history going hand in hand. So a very warm welcome to the Flying Duke, Fritz, Margot, LEJ Approach, Davey, how you doing? Jan Clark, who's here live and live. We've also got Hudson, Bear and Rose. Oi, oi! We got Williams, LEJ Approach, Andy as well that's here. Oi, oi! Oi, oi. Wibbs, Christopher O'Connor, LEJ Approach, watching from Leipzig. Julie Beard, how you doing? Williams, Matt Crossan, good morning. Tim Gooch, oi oi Gucci man. Dr. DR as well, how you doing as well? And a big thank you to all of you who attended the TIAT 3.0, and we raised the total. I transferred all the funds and it was £3,029. Amazing. And that's all gone to the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre at East Kirkby, and it's amazing amount of money for just Jane. So thank you. NX611, let's try and get a third Lancaster in the skies, and two of that being here in England. That would be amazing. Over the UK airspace, having two Lancasters would be amazing. And that's all thanks to all of you who have not only took part in the auction, but actually donated items to the raffle and to the auction as well. So thank you for those that donated items. It, you know, all adds up, and a big thank you to all of you, of course, to all of you who have who bidded and took part in the raffle. So thank you very much. It's a proud moment for me to announce that, because it is a lot of money, and that's all from a fan-based night. So in what, 7 hours? Raising that kind of money, that's amazing. So that's all gone to the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, all from you. So it's a big thank you from us to you. which is now going to a good cause. So thank you very much, and excellent. So, you know, one day when we do see Just Jane fly, we can say Tia helped a little bit of that. You know what I mean? We help put towards that, and of course, not just, you know, with the Ted Coningsby as well. All your you know, all your you know, entrance that you go there, all their air shows and events that the membership of Just Jane and the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre all adds up. So a big thank you for all those, and we're supporters as well of Just Jane and the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. So nice one. And it is really, for better words, smothered. We're kind of spoiled in this county, England's second largest county. It is pretty spoiled in a way, in a nice way, with heritage centres. You've got Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre. You've got there's one I keep forgetting, is Cranwell as well. Cranwell's got a heritage centre, visitor centre as well. And you've got right here, closer to home, is the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight as well. Their museum, by the way, although it's free, it is under construction, so there's nothing there at the moment, but you can still do a hangar tour. All right, so don't forget that. You've got Newark Air Museum, and there's lots of memorials as well that you can go. You can go to Woodhall Spa. There's some memorials dotted about. There's Spilsby, and of course, as we mentioned, East Kirkby, Metheringham. So many, there's so much here. We are, and it's nice. I say spoilt, but it's one of those things where we need to keep it going, because without support, well, we all know what could happen. So hence the lost airfields. And then further afield is loads in Norfolk, loads in Suffolk, and of course Yorkshire. There's just loads, and so keep supporting these, and a lot of them are free as well, free entry, so donations do really help. And so I'll tell you what, a big shout out to all volunteers that help out in visitor centres and museums, because it is amazing what they do. Right, back to foods. Let's see that's going to be some interesting light there. Okay, here we go. So, got a number of Typhoons that have started up on the main ASP, that's Aircraft Servicing Platform. Pilots just call this the main. Yes, man. Pilots just call this the main. This is the main ASP. So here we go. Alright, so very soon we'll be seeing the Typhoons taxiing out for departure. Max speed for taxiing is about 11 miles per hour. Don't forget, they don't need tread on their tyres, because they don't take corners 100 miles per hour, hence no need for those. I've got some diagram finally, just to show you what hydra planing is, or aquaplaning, and I've done some markings there from the oh nice. So I just had a little bit. So yeah, got some new diagrams I've been working on recently, just to show you a nice description of what goes on. There's our Typhoon, first flight in 1994 of the Typhoon. took its first flight all the way back in March of 1994. Its development began in 1983. It is a composite of 4 countries: Britain, Germany, Spain and Italy as well. And the idea was to replace the Tornado, and it did just that. It is a multi-role with many countries that are now operating it, with a new entrant who's taken an order, which is Turkey. You'll find it in Austria, Italy, Germany, of course the United Kingdom, Spain, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Kuwait and Qatar. It is called different things in different countries as well. So here we call it the Typhoon FGR4. There is also the T3. It was once an F2 as well. It did have a designation. The letters just mean what it's doing, what its role. But it is a multi-role aircraft, and one that can be just reconfigured just like that in the skies. So in Germany it's called the Eurofighter EF2000. In Italy it's the F2000A Typhoon. In Spain it's the C16 Typhoon. There are a few differences. So the Typhoons FGR4 of the Royal Air Force have different spec on the engines. It's been, max speed has been toned down to Mach 1.8, so it's had a few tweaks on the engine. Countries such as Austria and Germany have not opted for the IRST, the Erst infrared search and track system, which I'll explain and show you in just a moment, or later on. So that's Austria and Germany that have opted not to have that on there. The latest airframe that we have here at in the Royal Air Force is a Tranche 3. Now, of course, they do have various upgrades. The latest and greatest, I think, is a Tranche 4, which other countries have and have placed orders for. And if you just joined us, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared to land on the like button. Give us a thumbs up. Let's get this stream going out there. And Deister, a very warm welcome to you. Good morning, good day, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from, everyone in the world. Hope you're all good. And 3 Orion 3-3 Lilo Double Fly, how you doing? Hope you're good. Thank you very much. It is a happy vibe, you're absolutely right. It is a happy... Charlie Bravo, how you doing? It is a happy place to be, it really is. This is the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. So Typhoons are spooling right now, just awaiting taxi clearance. There's a few more that have just started up. Engines, the EJ200 engine. There we go, here we go. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. So here we got 29 Squadron with their various training sorties that they do. Here we go. So hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Get ready for some food action. Okay, our first Typhoon taxiing out now. Here we go. So these are the markings for 29 Squadron, the famous red X's. There are a few wonderful stories about the Triple X that you can see there. Some wonderful stories from a misunderstanding of the markings that were painted on originally in Roman numerals. The idea was to have an XX and 1X. XX, 1X makes 29, but whoever the story goes is that the crew that were painting this took the instructions as XX and another X instead of 1X. So miscommunication. There are other stories as well regarding extra strong mints as well. But I do like the one with the misunderstanding. Although, like I said, I don't want to spoil a good story, but there have been, and there are, the Hawker Demon and the Bulldog that had 2 X's, and the Siskin had a load of X's on the top of the wing on the biplane. So there you go. There's, yeah, it's one of those where I don't want to spoil a good story, because I like the story with the paint misunderstanding. I think that's a good one. But they did at one point have just 2 X's, and that was on the Bulldog and the Hawker Demon. Very interesting. And then of course they went to the Meteor and went back to 3 X's. So no idea. I couldn't find a claim about. Well, I say this. I'm not disputing it. I couldn't find the. There was another version, or at least another type of markings that had 4 X's at one point, but I couldn't find a photo. But what I did find is 6 X's on the top. And in some ways it kind of does have 6 X's because it's got 3 X's round all 3 X's. So looking at historical side of things, if you look at number 6 squadron, they have a blue bar with like a red zigzag. If you have a look at number 2 AC squadron, they have what is it, the black, the white diamonds on the black, or the white triangles on the black, or it might be the other way around. But what I'm saying is that it wasn't uncommon to have shapes. All right, so if you look at number, I can't remember which, is it 27 squadron on the Tornadoes? They had like the yellow and red sort of squares, yellow and green squares, sorry. So there's a lot of shapes during that time for markings. But like I said, don't want to spoil a good story. I'm happy with I like that story with the misunderstanding of the painting. I like that one. Because we'll never know, really. We'll never know, because there's so much out there. And it's a bit like mythology. There's, you know, there's never one, there's always more than one variation of the story, which, again, stories are nice. I like them. Always keep them, don't dispute them. So I shall stum that. Aussie 1018, how you doing? Hope you're good. Good day to you. Williams and Deister, how you doing? Leah, Argan, Margot, Davey, Christine Barnes, how you doing? Julie Beard as well. Katie Faber, how you doing? Hope you're good. Love it. Love it. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Paul Mayers, what up? So 2 Typhoons to go. That sounds like I've just placed an order or something. Takeaway instead of sitting in. Here we go. But thanks for staying with us. Tomorrow looks a bit wet, so I'm gonna try and find a place to go tomorrow, somewhere dry. Yeah, RAF Akrotiri, here we come. That'll be a good one, wouldn't it? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. RAF Coningsby opened in 1940, received its first squadron, in fact 4th of November 1940, received its first squadron in February of 1941, it was 106 Squadron, who arrived here with their Handley Page Hampdens, which made the mark over Lincolnshire skies. At RAF Scampton. Also known as the HP 52, introduced in 1938 with 49 Squadron. Okay, here we go, get ready. EJ200 engines producing 20,000 pounds of thrust each in its lightweight frame made of 85% carbon composite throughout the whole airframe. Not a lot of metal, which makes it lighter than a pedal. 24,000 pounds empty weight, an aircraft smashing out 40,000 pounds. Full fuel, it has a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio, which is amazing. Sticks and payload, it's still got that beautiful 1:1 thrust to weight ratio, which means from brakes released to just 8 seconds it is capable of pulling up 50 degree, 60 degree vertical climb and accelerate. That's the difference. So it's accelerating from around 185 miles per hour, and that's not very fast to just start pulling up and accelerating. So think about that. Here we go. Our first 2 departures of the day. So got a few more Typhoons spooling up, ready for departure soon. We'll be taxiing out. Hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's a great pleasure to start the week here at Ted HQ. More startups from the south side of the base. And that's the thing with the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio. It's not always, don't forget that it's not just about the takeoffs, it's also about its performance, and you'll see that during displays as well, where it will just hover around at 120, 125 miles per hour or so, and then just pull up and start accelerating into vertical climb, which not many aircraft can do that, especially if they haven't got the 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. This is the Typhoon Mark T3. This is a dual controlled training Typhoon, two-seater family version, of course. But we'll give you the full rundown very shortly. Captain A, welcome to the show. Tim Gooch, how you doing, man? Oi oi to you. So if you got any questions about the Typhoon, let me know. I'll give it a go. I'll do my best to answer that. Oi, oi.
I have got a question for you.
Okay.
You know the afterburners on the thing?
Yeah.
Do they always have to have two? No, they can't do one.
They do on asymmetric approaches. So, for example, if say for example there's an imbalance on one side, so maybe a missile or a bomb, a heavy bomb got stuck. Obviously it's going to be one-sided heavier than the other. They can have the one afterburner on. They can work them individually, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
It will pull to one side, but they can work. They can operate them in scenarios independently, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But usually you want them on at the same time.
Yeah.
But they can be operated individually. Yes.
Thank you.
Is that answered? Is that what you meant? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they do have. Yeah. So for example, you can see a low approach with just one afterburner going off to simulate an imbalance on one side. So obviously they can't put both afterburners on, so they can use the one. There you go. A live question. I love that, especially when Barry comes on the show at Lakenheath and Barry gives me the questions. There you go. If you didn't hear that, the Typhoon's afterburners or reheats, they're the same question, same thing. If you want to know what afterburner is or reheats, I will go through that later on. But they do work individually. They can the pilot can choose to operate one for various scenarios. Well, welcome to the show, everyone. How are we all doing? I'll just quickly go on the chat, see how we're all doing. Tim Gooch, the Flying Duke, good question and answer. Can't beat some Monday morning education. Well, there you go. Hope you got to hear that. I can't always answer it. I may not know the answer, but I'm quite happy just to say don't know, or I'll find out. let's take the, someone's asked what other aircraft have a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. Okay, so let's say we've got, let's go with F-35A because we've seen them at Lakenheath, yeah? Let's go with that. Because you can alter the thrust to weight ratio by literally having less fuel in it, all right? Does that make sense? So what you got to do, how much thrust have you got? Let's take the F-35A, 43,000 pounds of thrust, right? Now, you've got to look at the weight. It's 29,000 empty, all right? Okay, it's not going to fly without any fuel in it, but you still need to put fuel in it. It can take 18,250 pounds of fuel, all right? And that's internal. So we're nearly talking max out of fuel and weight of an aircraft, okay? You haven't put any you don't put any, you know, ordnance on there. But what you can do is actually put 50% of fuel in there, you know. And if you did that, okay, so the thrust to weight of an F-35A with full fuel and a bit of payload is around 0.87, okay, so that's less than 1:1, right? But what you can do is put 50% of fuel, and then you got yourself a 1.07. There you go. So you can do it, but 50% of fuel isn't going to get you far, but what you can do is just meet up with the tanker straight away. So you can adjust it, all right? But what you want to look at is full, you know, you want to look at it with full fuel. You want to add the fuel together and then go from there. So it's quite, you know, it makes a big difference. So yeah, some good questions there. So if you take the empty weight of an F-22, and I'll tell you what, it's almost double the weight of a Typhoon. That it really is. That's amazing, isn't it? Empty weight of an F-22 is around 43,300 pounds, around that. So with the thrust, was it 35,000 on each? So 70,000 pounds of thrust. So it's got a, you know, you can put in some 27,000 pounds of fuel in there, but the fuel capacity is 18. So, you know, to me that would have a 1:1 definitely thrust to weight ratio. Looking at that, but of course you want to load that up as well. It's got a 1.08 with that. You can have an F-22, again, like I said, with an F-35, you can fully load an F-22 and have 50% of fuel, and that will increase your thrust to weight ratio. But again, you configure it to your sortie or mission needs, okay? You know, at the end of the day, takeoff is a takeoff. At the end of the day, it will still get up there quick anyway, regardless. All you need to do is like a quick climb. A Typhoon can do what we see at Lakenheath, like a quick climb. And if it did that, it'd probably end up on the moon. But again, if you load your aircraft fully, like absolutely load up all your 13 hard points of a Typhoon, you will notice it won't go exactly straight up. You know, it'll you know, it's going to be depending on what you've got on there. So don't forget, takeoff is a takeoff. Once it gets airborne, it doesn't really matter. It's still capable of delivering what it needs to do. Andy, how you doing? Andy Stratton, how you doing? I'll see what I can do about that. I'll see if I can maybe do a temporary one. That's not a bad shout. Yeah, I've got some new education drawings that I put together, some sketches over the weekend, which I'll go through with you today. It's pretty cool. Just to give you a bit more detail about ILS and radar, how it worked with the very first sort of blind or beam approach that the Germans used, called the Lorenz. I was looking at, for those that know, as Christian Holzmeier, I hope I pronounced that right. Have a look at that. Robert Watson Watt and Reginald Jones, Dr. Reginald Jones, looking at a lot of beam approach systems, and you know, without them, it's funny how war actually delivers all the latest and greatest engineering advancements that we have in aviation today. Isn't that a bit it's a double-edged sword in some ways, but gives you some benefits in the long run. War is a terrible thing, but it does kind of put pressure on to, or even just keeping up with the Joneses. We don't even have to go down that route, but if you look at the keeping up with the Joneses, like I've been saying, right? Sorry, but what I'm saying is the fact that if your enemy has a particular aircraft that's a threat, then you deal with it. Like the ME-262 for one was an example. Then the fearful that didn't quite come out into operation was the Horton 229. You know, and then the jet aircraft, the jet engine, the rocket of the Comet, the flying egg. The rocket egg that the Germans produced, the Horton 229, the arguments. I mean, you can even go down the route of the Wright brothers' arguments and lawsuits against Glenn Curtiss. They focus so much on the legal side of things that Curtiss was just going for it. You know, he kept changing his ideas and designs so that he can sort of not loophole, but delay the time so he can, you know, what I'm saying is that they spent a lot of time fighting the lawsuit against Curtiss, that they spent too long on it, if that makes sense. They should have really dedicated all that time to keep going and pioneering aviation where they didn't. And this is where, for me, this is where Curtiss you know, led the way. And I'm not taking it away from the Wright brothers, of course, no doubt about that, but if you look at the history between the Wright brothers and Glenn Curtiss, see, for me, Glenn Curtiss had the engine side of it. He had that nailed. He was a specialist in engines. You know, he had more powerful engines, whereas the Wright brothers, they pioneered aviation. They really did. But you know, the thing is, it gets a bit messy because they got a patent for it, and of course, for me, there was a turning point on the legal side. But the First World War came, and the US government thought, no, everyone's got the right to make aircraft. We need aircraft. You can't just have it, because everyone else was doing it. Handley Page was inspired by the Wright brothers, and he set up his own company. You know, and all the other companies, Breguet, Newport, French companies, everyone, the whole world was making aircraft, and it was out of control. If, you know, what I'm saying is that, you know, imagine a world then where no one was allowed to make aircraft, and yet there was a world war. Disaster, right? So this is my point. So you've got the Foxbat MiG-25. The answer, the result came out to be the world's greatest fighter of all time, literally, the F-15. You know, look at its history, amazing, you know. And then of course you have other things that go on, and so on. You advance in technology. So if we go back to the early radar systems, radio detection and finding. So for those who don't know, radar is actually a form of acronym. It stands for radar detection and finding. Don't know if you knew that, but it is. There you go. So, you know, the pioneers of that. Sorry, ranging. Sorry, I thought that was a bit odd. It stands for, radar, radio detection and ranging. Sorry, it's been a long morning. And ranging, hence radar. I do apologise, otherwise it would have been called RADAF. RADAF! But I was thinking of radio directional finding finders around airports. That's why I said that. So I do apologise. It is radio detection and ranging. So yeah, there was a lot of pioneers doing it, but some didn't quite master it. There was Hertz as well, Robert Watson Watt, Reginald Jones, and Christian Holzmeier, and they were all trying to really advance it and pioneer it. But I'll talk to you about that in a little bit later on. And again, they had the early ILS as well. But after what I've just said, good has come of it, because of course we are able to navigate the skies for our wonderful destinations around the world, such as Santorini, Ibiza, Chicago, oh dear, California, Canada, wherever you want to go, Cyprus, wherever you want to go. I'm not going to start you know, everyone's got lots of wonderful destinations. Italy, everywhere, lovely destinations around the world. But you know, and that helped. And I'm going to show you a little bit, a sneak preview of beam approach or blind approach systems that was being advanced and used in a more sinister way. So Typhoons ready to rumble. There's our runway caravan. The vehicle you can see, that's the Birdman, the AWCU, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Nice bit of flexing on the ASP. Gary, how you doing? I hope you're all good. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership there. Kev Howard, how you doing, man? Kevy H, Gaz Wilkes, to all of you. Fletch, how you doing as well? Tosh, Bat Purple, Dr. Soda, how you doing as well? Hope we're all good and well. Wibbs. Right, here we go. More Foons taxiing out as well as these that we can see on the screen. So, welcome to the show. Yep, there is another one just now, and another one. So there could be, there's one now just there. So that's fine. We've got, so that's four at the other end of the runway. I'll just show you. There's the third, and should be a fourth one in a sec. There we go. So 4 to go. Plus, there's another Typhoon I can hear taxiing out. Sharon Pilkinson, how you doing? Hope you're good and welcome to the show. Thanks for sharing the stream like you always do. Bless your heart. I get to see that on social media, so thanks for promoting the stream. Okay, here we go. So 4 to go as a flight of 4. And another Typhoon taxiing out over there as well. So should have another 6. So our first set of departures, a flight of 4. Here we go. Of the Typhoon's EJ200 engines. Eight-stage compressor, 3 low pressure, 5 high pressure compressor, twin spool compresses air 26 times to its original atmospheric pressure, bypass a 0.4 to 1, and sucks in and compresses air at 75 litres per second. Oh, now that is impressive. So in just 1 second, it's compressed air at 75 litres worth of air done. That's very good. Typhoons do hot pit as well. They keep the engines running. Hot pit refueling, a quick way to, or the fastest method to refuel your Typhoon. Typhoons, how often do they get service done? On condition. It's on a condition basis, depends what it's done. It doesn't take a lot of time to actually remove the EJ200 engine either. It's quite amazing how quickly they can take that out. I've forgotten how many minutes it is. I can't remember how many minutes it was. I'll have to speak to an engineer as a reminder. I do my best to hold as much info as possible. Sometimes with age it goes slow. Typhoon does have a relight system automatic on in an event of a flame out, which is quite impressive. Two more Typhoons taxiing out for departure. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the show. Ted Coningsby here, and a big shout out to, of course, our 17 Coningsby Air Training Corps, our Air Cadets here. Ted's Air Cadet Squadron here. Big shout out to them. Whoa, Orion 33. Thank you very much for your very generous super chat. That is amazing. Thank you so much for that. 555 Triple Nick, how you doing? Honestly, Lilo Double Fly, that is amazing. Thank you very much. So when the Typhoon lands about here, just under here is the computer diagnostics system where the can be monitored, plugged in. All the details of any issues will be given and will be serviced straight after if needed be. It depends. They do service them all the time. Engines, like I said, on condition, depends what it's done, what it's been put through regarding to engines, but with everything being computerized and the diagnostics can be plugged in and they can see, a pilot can actually see on each serial number, can tune in literally before departure of any issues, and they can just confirm it as well, or anything that the Typhoon has just what work's been done on it. It's quite amazing. The original Tranche 1 actually had a touch screen. It sounds all fancy, sounds great, but in this country we get a lot of rain and it didn't really work when it was wet, so the Tranche 2 actually got rid of the touchscreen and good old traditional buttons were put in place. But I'll give you a full tour of the Typhoon in just a moment. We'll just see these off and we'll go through that as well. Sharon Pilkinson, you're most welcome. Stay in the green, girl. Stay in the green. Channel has helped so many people. I just could not believe when I first started this, the impact that the channel was going to have. You know, it started off with a bit of fun. It's a bit of geeky Ted Coningsby info for you. The original channel that I had set up, it was called Waterfalls of Britain, by the way, before it turned into Ted Coningsby. I know, right? It didn't really work out, but I didn't start a new channel. I kept it. I don't know if that did it any favors or not. I don't know. I only had like 9 subscribers and or thereabouts, and it didn't really work out. Maybe I just didn't know. But hey, you know, look what happened. Things happen for a reason. But starting this as a little channel, I didn't realise the impact it was going to have for people going through the roughest of times, whether mentally or physically, going through some, you know, some very serious situations as well, and just didn't know how of a diverse range of help it was going to provide. And one thing I do know, it's provided a happy place for all backgrounds to just tune in and have a bit of fun. It's got a bit of everything. And here we are at TED HQ. Here we go, 2 more to leave the floor. Send it. We've even come up with our own vocab as well, haven't we? You know, along the way. Go on then, why not? I thought, go on, I'll follow it all the way, see where it goes. And luckily it turned left on our screen, so I can track it with my eyes. So there's our Typhoon modelling today is 41 Squadron. I will get you another one. I do have a few to choose from for you to show you around. This is our number 41 Squadron, Seek and Destroy. It's even got actually the original World War II markings on the tail there, Echo Bravo. So they would have had that on their Spitfires, Echo Bravo. Pretty cool, huh?
Sorry.
Should we work from the back today? Nah, we'll work from the front. Let's turn this round a little bit. Give you a full give you a full tour of the Typhoon. So like I said, made in 4 different countries. Took its first flight 27th of March 1994. Oh yeah. And of course it had its prototypes as well. A beautiful Delta Wing 4-plane configuration. It doesn't have any elevators, so it has 4 planes to control the angle of attack, pitch, etc. So it is predominantly made of carbon composite, a posh way of saying plastic, about 85%. It's got also made with acrylic canopy. Mind you, most canopies are acrylic anyway, but everyone's chipped in. So the left wing made in Italy, the right wing made in Spain, the centre section of the fuselage made in Germany, and the front section, the cockpit, made in Britain. The rear section, including the stabiliser or the tail, or this area here along with the engine, it's made in mixed components from Britain and Italy. And of course the EJ 200 engines forms a consortium of MRT MTUs it, and of course Rolls-Royce is it's a mix of companies that have put together the EJ 200 engine. There we go. So let's have a little look what's going on. It is a 4.5 generation. Okay, that's due to its FCS. That stands for Flight Control System, aka fly-by-wire, or aka again the computer. First time I've seen that before here at Coningsby, a car on a trailer, but there we go. So let's talk a little bit about what goes on. We'll start with the nose here. Inside that nose is your radome. Yes, it has had various upgrades, but it did start off with, I'll give you the very first sort of manual AESA, active electronic scanned array, would have been the ECR from Marconi, the ECR 90. What am I talking about here? Well, it's actually the radar, the battlefield, the battle zone, the combat area, the battlefield inside, giving the pilot a full scope of what's going on out there. Inside is that radar, and like I've mentioned many times, the Typhoon can detect and lock onto aircraft 160 kilometers away. Well, there goes the Top Gun, you know, movie style dogfights, because 160 kilometers away wouldn't really make a great movie, would it? Well, there we go. It can lock onto large aircraft 300 kilometers away if it needed to. It can lock onto about 20 to 30 targets simultaneously and lock onto a priority of 6 targets if it wanted to. And this can marry up with the mounted display unit. What's that mean, Nikos? Well, that's your striker helmet. A helmet that's got an attachment specially made for the pilot. It's scanned by BAE Systems to make this really fancy helmet where the pilot can actually look right through the Typhoon, look up, look down, look behind, well, as far as you can, and actually lock onto targets using the helmet. So everything here can be seen on the pilot's helmet. Special, I think it's something like £200,000 this helmet costs. It's like the Gucci of helmets. But there we go. It has been upgraded. I think various companies have put in for a new radar. It's got a very different system. Can't exactly tell you externally which ones have it, which ones don't. It's probably classified anyway, so I couldn't tell you that, but there we go. What I am telling you is things that are available to the public, okay? So so just bear that in mind, all right? As we work our way, let's just have a look at this. This is the IRST, the IRST Pirate, and this is an infrared search and track. That's what IRST Pirate, okay? Now, it's a very clever system that can actually detect, scan in infrared using 4 different filters such as thermal imagery at night in complete darkness, and it offers the pilot even more of a battlefield situational awareness. But bear in mind also, it's not on all the Eurofighter Typhoons. Austria and Germany have declined to have this optional extra. They don't have it. So when you see the Typhoons of Austria and Germany, they don't have this. It looks like almost like a oh, what do you call it, CCTV. Just quickly, before I work my way back, I'm going to see if I have it, just so you can see what that looks like on Teducation. I feel like Michael Aspel, This Is Your Life. Look. Let's have a look if I've got it. I might have it, so you can get an idea of what it looks like. Give me a sec. It's going to show. Oh yeah, here we go. So that's a quick sketch of what some of that looks like. The ASA. Let's have a look here now. Let's have a little look here. So that's the radar, the Captor E. That's the new one that they're bringing out. Just to give you an idea. There's the components and parts from different companies. In the fuselage itself, there's over or around 30 kilometers of cables and wiring. That's putting my back of my TV to shame. By the way, the wings are held on by these, I think they're about 6 or 9 inch bolts, by the way. That's all it takes. In the Manching Airbus assembly factory for the Eurofighter, each is named A to Z. Girls' names. By the way, when they go to the factory, they have a different primer colour to match the country, by the way. So in the factory, they can actually tell you what country it's come from by looking at the type of primer colours. Just trying to see if I've got anything else on the Foon in here. There's my bolts and system. I'll tell you what I do have. When I get to the engine, I'm going to show you this. The monolithic bladed discs. For those that know about compressors, these blades are usually attached onto the disc, onto the compressor. On the Typhoon, it's one unit. It's called a blisk. All right, so just thought I'd show you. And on the back, it's got 12 fairing flaps. But I'm going to work my way to the back, just really quickly. Right, where were we? Okay, so as we work our way back, just quickly, we've got the Drogan probe method. This is the probe envelope. It comes out and ejects the, for those that knows, the probe comes out for air-to-air refueling. Let's have a look as we work our way to the back. Just here, I know I've skipped a little bit, I've skipped the 4 planes, but in here, inside this grille, it's where the BK-27 Mauser cannon, so it fires from just inside that wing area here. But let's go back to this bit here. The Typhoon doesn't have any elevators, you know, the little wings at the back, let's say, but they're not, you know, the elevators, the little flaps at the back, those huge ones. It doesn't have elevators, so it has 4 planes. It does control the angle of attack, and it controls the pitch, and it can also be used as almost like a speed brake. They do move when they're taking off as well and landing and doing all sorts of things. It allows the aircraft to do some fancy stuff, but I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that in just a moment. Under here, when it's parked up, I haven't got one to show you, you'll notice like a little red smile here. It's actually 2 fasteners that are protecting the ADPs, the aircraft data pitos. There are 4. Why? Because the Typhoon has a total of 70 computers on board. I know, 70. It's not 1, 70, and they're split into 4 lanes. So each one is delivering all the info to align a set of computers, so to speak. All right, so it's got 70. So what's that? 17, 18, 18, and 17, maybe, I don't know. But we'll talk to you about that. We're gonna get there in a moment. Now, you've got the intakes here, all the inlets, and then you've got this splitter. I was going to show you a demo of what a boundary layer is. You can see it really nicely at this angle, that gap. F-16s have it, this particular design. If you can think of other aircraft that have that design. The F-35's intakes is a very clever system. It's got this bulge inside the intakes. Think about, for the old school TSR2 fans, that had that perfect cone. That is another way of getting rid of what's called boundary layer. Drag plays a major part in it in aerodynamics. It could be used for good, it could be used for bad. It is speed's worst enemy. It is a build-up of a different type of pressure, draggy air. If it didn't have this splitter, this boundary layer diverter, this splitter bridge, what would happen? Air is fluid, remember that. And I showed you a demo where I poured water on my flask, and you'd think the water will just run off the edges. Not quite, it sticks. That's called the boundary layer in aviation. And what happens, that draggy air is building up. As it goes into the intakes, well, think about it. You got natural air, like real fast air going in, but then you got that draggy air hitting the top. If you imagine a big fan, as it's going to hit, as it sucks in the air, you've got low pressure and high pressure. Two different airs hitting your fan. That is going to damage it. This also stops supersonic air going in. You don't want to hit supersonic speeds. Sorry, you don't want supersonic air going inside there. Again, that could damage your engine as well. But the main thing is it gets rid of the boundary layer. Inside, on the underneath on there, in real world, actually it's got drilled holes, like a grill. It's to scoop up and suck up any remaining boundary layer. Let's talk about the inlets or the intakes. These are cowlings, they do move. When it's parked up, you'll see them all the way down. When it's taking off, they do move to control the amount of air and the airflow. As they go in, you'll notice the Typhoon's intakes are quite low, and the engine sits up here. It's a long tunnel of air, basically. Now this system is called an S-duct, where the engine sits higher than the intakes. Why? If we turn it this way round, in the real world, you wouldn't be able to see the Typhoon's front compressor stage. You can't see the fan, all right? The fans create heat. Radar loves heat. Radar loves moving spinny thingies. The reason for this design is that it basically provides a lower radar cross-section for doing that, even though it's recommended that intakes should be, and if you have a look at stealth fighters, the intakes are on the side. You want to hide heat, but this is a way to kind of get rid of it, all right? So basically you can't see the heat given off from the engines from in here. So that is almost like a stealth attribute. The other stealth attribute the Typhoon has is that it is made of only about 15% of metal. That's it. All right, so that's the intakes there. That's a little bit about that. There's your air brake here as we work our way. Let's have a little look at the Typhoon's wings and its profile. Look at the wings, and it's such a curved design. It's actually aerodynamically unstable. Now, stick a FCS on it, Flight Control System. That's the computers, that's the fly-by-wire. You can, someone actually did message me and say, Nikos, what happens if the FCS system goes down? You're going to have a very, very bad day if 70 computers go down, all right? It can actually fly, that I know of, with at least 25% gone, those computers. Why do I know that? I've seen a little bit of data report. One of the lanes, sorry, these are called lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4, actually went down. So that means 25%, so around 18 computers went down. It can still get you home. It's a bit like that really annoying engine light that comes on your car. It's like the ECU's gone or the engine management system's gone. It's a bit like that. It'll get you home, it'll go into safe mode. Will it start back up again? Computer says no, it needs fixing. So on the diagnostics, that'll show you. This here, this little intake here, by the way, so I don't forget, that's called the RAM intake heat exchanger. What is that good for? When the Typhoon is having excess amount of reheats, hence a Typhoon display, it's going to get extremely hot in here. So it needs an extra intake to cool it down. And it activates automatically, all right? It cools, basically, in a nutshell, it cools the Typhoon's engines down when excess amount of reheat has been used. Let's have a little bit more look at the back here. This probe here, so to speak, is called the MAW, M-A-W. That stands for Missile Approach Warning. That is a survival thing for the Typhoon, all right? It basically alerts the pilot to let them know, uh-oh, something's going on. This tiny little, I don't know what to call that, but it's actually called the fuel vent. This is where the Typhoon vents fuel. You'll see smoke coming out of it, or the contrail white smoke comes out, usually on negative G, or even on startups, you'll see fuel been vented out. It's not a leak, it's called a vent, all right? The point of that, when you start the Typhoon, if you've completely fully fueled it, as it expands, it just actually vents out some fuel. On negative G, it spits out the fuel. You want it to do that to keep, you don't want any air trapped in there from going negative, positive, negative, positive. You can actually starve the engine if you didn't have that. Typhoon's exhaust nozzles, there are 12 of these. They're called fairing flaps. They're controlled by hydraulics, so it doesn't freak, doesn't use air. Now, this pod here, that's your FOTD, fiber optic towed decoy. What is that good for? Well, it actually tows out, connected by a fiber optic cable, an antenna to full enemy radar to make it look like the Typhoon's somewhere else. So fooling radar and ordnance and that kind of thing, any areas that it's required to use the decoy pylon. All right, so this is our decoy pylon here. If you want a full enemy radar, or if you're having trouble with being locked on guided ordnance or enemy radar, you can fire out what's called chaff dispensers. They're here, bits of metal. They used that in Second World War. It's called window back then. You can use it for defense, or you can use it to full enemy radar on a spoof mission. So bits are made, it could cause havoc. I think it was Operation Glimmer, I think it was. 218 Squadron used that on D-Day. And if you've got bits of metal, the enemy radars can be like, oh, there's millions of them. Actually, it probably is literally millions of them. So that's for guided missiles as well, to protect you. If it's heat-seeking, you can use your flare dispensers here. All right, so you got that as well. So heat-seeking, flares there, and guided. If all that fails, there is an old-school tactic: aim for the sun. All right, it really does do that. It really does. What else we got? Our little our brake shoot pod comes out here. There are a total of 13 hard points, along with a modified blue tack version, but there we go, that's my okay, 13 hard points. So we'll dedicate the 13th to this middle center drop tank, a 600 pounder, which can be released. There are procedures where you do release your drop tanks, especially on emergencies. You can do that, and then you've got, so now you're left with what, 12 you got 12 more hard points. Okay, so you got an extra hard point here and here for 2 more, one on each side drop tank. So you can have, actually, you can configure it to 3 drop tanks. So that leaves you with 5 drop tanks, from paveways to Storm Shadow to Ames, ASRAMs to you name it, it can take it. So you can have 5 ordnance on each wing, plus a drop tank on each wing. So it can take quite a bit. I think I've got everything sorted. I think I've pretty much covered it all for basics anyways, just off the top of my head. If there's any other questions, then do let me know. Yes, we will be going. We'll have to do a double dose of Mac Loop next year, because we didn't go this year. We just didn't get a chance. Plans change, unfortunately, but don't worry. We've done Mac Loop a few times. We've done lives there, so don't worry. We are familiar with it. We will be there next year. I'm going to try and make a lot more of an effort to, not like I never made an effort, but literally make that extra effort to do it, due to the fact that it just didn't work out. Hello, you alright? How's it going? Okay. Oh, right, don't worry, it's fine. Come and say hello. Oh, right, okay. Oh, you're welcome, anytime. No worries at all. No problem. Just a couple more on the design side of things with the Typhoon. There is a reason for this bulging out like that as well. So they found when they kept this a lot smoother, it was a lot more what's the word? Just a lot more narrower, and on the obviously the design they went for, they actually bulged this out a little bit more because it created too much drag pushing in from the sides, which didn't really do it wonders, so they got rid of that. Also on the flight control system as well, just to give you an idea of the differences of how hard these computers work, okay? So if, let's take an F-15. Actually, I've got an idea, hang on. Let's take an F4. There's a reason why I've got an F4 here. It was this was a turning point for Coningsby, because in 1969 it was number 6 squadron that arrived here, and that was the end of Bomber County for Coningsby. That was the end. It was the sort of first ever fighter jet. It went into the fighter town era. Right, so back to an F4. Right, so there's no fly-by-wire, nothing fancy like that. Flying in a straight line, pilot can just leave it, really. Right, let's think about it. Let's go basic. Pilot can just leave it, la 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 la. If he wants to start doing some, I don't know, some 9G turns, put in a barrel roll. I need one of those sticks that they use on the Typhoon display. A barrel roll, and then an aileron roll, and then I don't know, a 4-point turn. Okay, something like, just bear with me, and do all these fancy stuff. The pilots had to do a lot of work there to do all these fancy maneuvers, right? Okay, so there we go. Now, Typhoon. Typhoon flying in a straight line, the computer's working extremely hard just to keep it straight. Why? Because it's not aerodynamically stable. The computers do that so that the Typhoon can do all the fancy stuff, and the pilot can just do all the fighter pilot stuff and control all the weapon side. You know, so the FGR isn't a 2-seater. It doesn't have a Wizzo, so the Typhoon's pilot can just concentrate on like doing all the BFM, doing all the like combat scenario maneuvers, locking onto targets, doing all the ground attacks, etc. Because it is a very, very effective ground attack aircraft and reconnaissance and fighter as well. So what I'm saying is that when the Typhoon's flying in a straight line, those computers are working extremely hard just to keep it straight. Okay, now that bit of soot that you can see, I will show you on the model, but I might as well show you here. That's where you can plug in your Typhoon, that's where you can start it up, and that soot is just burnt fuel. It's called an APU, Auxiliary Power Unit. Oh, here he is. Puz BLN, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Mr. Chicken, how you doing? Mario, it was really good to see you, and thanks for coming all the way from Germany to come and see us at the TED party, and you know, and see us all. It was really good to meet you, really good, and thank you for coming all the way from Germany. Thank you so much. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope you're all well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And we can see here a 29 Squadron marked Typhoon. There we go. So we've got plenty of Typhoons out there. just coming up to 1100 GMT, almost there. So one of the most bizarre questions I asked the pilot, does the Typhoon have a horn? I know, I asked that question. I am that person, and yes, it does have a horn. It is.
Beep, beep.
Yeah, it does. So when the canopy, it's called the canopy horn, and when the Typhoons, and you can hear it, you hear this beep like that in the distance. It's a Typhoon's canopy opening, and of course it is for safety. You don't want to trap your fingers in that, or if you've got something, some metal work above the canopy, you want to be careful if someone's working overhead, or you want to just alert people that the canopy is opening. So there you go. So the Typhoon has a horn. Yep, I was that person that asked that question. So Typhoons are heading back. Okay, so we've got a Typhoon looking like it's about to turn right, heading 250 degrees. How do I know 250? It's a runway number thing. Oh man, how much info I've learned in just a short space of time. It is quite funny because 5 years ago, let's go 5, couldn't even tell you what that plane was on there at all, eh? So just checking on ADS-B at the moment. Okay, so let's have a look. It might not come here, it might not at all. But what you'll usually find, they'll turn over Spilsby, go over East Kirkby. Sharon Pilkington, nice. So we've got a Typhoon heading back. Checking on ADS-B at the moment. Let me just check this Typhoon. Yeah, it's just turning now, so I'm just going to keep my eye in the distance. So, regarding the ILS, the RAF Coningsby doesn't seem to have an ILS for 07. I've just, it has an ILS glide slope antenna for 2.5 and a localizer for 2.5. I've not seen, I can't see an ILS for 07, which is interesting. remember when we were at RIAT, the Tornado had a canopy horn as well, didn't it? We heard that live. That was pretty cool. I think it's actually probably quite more common than we think, having a canopy horn, right? Right, not long now for our first arrival.
But we're members of HP Hampden Squadron as well, so yeah. I mean, we're not here to look at the whole plant survey that's been done today as well, so but we're good at that.
Nice touch and go. Keep an eye on the four planes to where they react and move. already. It's crazy weather. So the pilot is doing touch and goes. It's a great way to get lots more training in, lots more takeoff and landing in one sortie. Normally you carry out a sortie, takeoff and land, job done. But this way you can add more takeoff and landing, and also the touch and go procedure can also be used in a emergency scenario as well. So being in the military, you need to be on a different level for, especially for scenarios such as an emergency. So somebody could have just literally just ran across that runway, a popped tyre, just a stranded vehicle for some reason, or an aircraft.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So I'll have to get inside and for some of these.
The Red Arrows then, they actually Red Arrow shot on the
Yeah, I rang them up actually and said, right, we're leaving today.
So great example of touch and go. That sounded a bit like Waka Waka, didn't it?
Yeah, it's got a tune.
Some of the typhoons that have gone up here this morning look like
braking there. Good example of aerodynamic braking. Good example there, using the undercarriage as a huge parachute, creating drag just to slow the aircraft down, taking the pressure off the front nose gear and also the braking systems. You can see the foreplanes in the downward position as well, creating a bit more drag. Nicely done. Memories in that. So ZK381, one of many Typhoons that Ted's flown in. Flew on the 17th of June 2023 for His Royal Highness in the CR formation. And he flew with, no, that was the other flight. He flew in the CR formation, troop in the colour, fly past. He was in the letter R, Ted was. And I believe the crew were from Lossiemouth actually. I was just trying to think. So ZK381, Ted's been in that, can you believe?
Nice.
Look up, a couple of new subscribers for you.
Oh, no, snare, mate, you've helped us.
They're going home to Australia later.
Oh, right.
And they're going to subscribe to the channel.
Nice. And also Ted's flown on the 15th of June 2024 in the in memorial flight, and he did fly with, I don't know if you've seen the RAF Top Guns, he was in the memorial flight, and he flew with Mac and Cheese, who featured on the RAF Top Gun. So Ted actually flew with two of the highlighted pilots on 29 during the episode, and Ted was in the memorial flight. Thanks for that, everyone who those involved in that. So Ted's had a couple of flights in ZK381.
And then knock off at
DJ Silver Surfer, yes, totally enjoyed the takeaway. It was amazing. Yeah, really good to see you, man. Nice one. I did enjoy it. It's good food in there, isn't it, man?
Alright, we'll make our
safe to meet you. Take care. All right.
Thank you.
Hello, Christmas and all that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good one. Thank you. Take care.
Look out for you on the screen.
Bless. Thank you.
Dina Marie.
Dina Marie. I'm John Clark, Andy Stanley. And you'll see us on the screen anyway, so we'll look out for you. Have a safe journey home. See you later, guys. Bye. Bye.
Bye. See ya. See you later. Well, that was a nice set of touch and goes from our first arrival. Dieter, how you doing as well? Alan Burden, how you doing? Whew. Mark Dudley, Synchrotones, DJ Silver Surfer, Sharon Pilkington, Davey Williams, how you doing? Stephen Billings, how you all doing? Ian, hope you're all well. Poland Airways, hope you're all good and well. So let's have a look what else we got. Got another Typhoon arriving shortly. Cool. In fact, it's just there actually. Oh, we're going to be spoiled of circuits today. And go. So they've all carried out circuits today, by the look at so far anyway. See a nice blue sky, which is good. circuits today, which is pretty cool, isn't it? Oh, there it is. It's not a set of keys, is it? Floor planes just adjusting there, look. Nicely done. So the IRST that we mentioned, the infrared search and track, can actually be used for landings as well as, although primarily it is for infrared search and track, you can actually use it in complete darkness to assist you in landing. So that's another attribute that the IRST has on the pirate system. I had a look at the Thalas video and it kind of shows you a landing in complete darkness. So that's how good it is. Squadron. Here they are. That one had some bumps here, these little bumps with about, I don't know, 3 or 5 holes. That's a Tranche 3. What is that good for? Well, those on the Tranche 3, so this is a Tranche, I can probably tell you, ZJ, this is a Tranche 1. This is not even a Tranche 2. A Tranche 1, tranches are just the airframe age, or at least the it's categorized in batches of airframe to distinguish when they were manufactured. So the latest batch is a Tranche 3 here in the RAF. There is a Tranche 4, but there isn't one here in the Royal Air Force. But Tranche 3 onwards had this bump here, here and here, right? And there's like, I don't know how many holes there are, but it's to add a CFT, a conformal fuel tank, on either side of them. All right, so that's what they're for. But they can also help you identify if they're a Tranche 2 or 3. If they've got a ZJ serial number, that is a Tranche 1, although I believe they have been upgraded to a Tranche 2, at least anyway. But that's beyond me a little bit, but there we go. So 3 Foons back, all of them giving a lot of circuits, which is great. I'm just gonna see if I've got time to have a quick cat see. Okay, I'll be right back. Just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea.
that couple.
Okay, that'll be fine, I'll get that. Oh. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Just had a nice warm cat of tea. It's all good and well. Just see it with my own eyes. It was quite high and dry, so we'll let that one be. We got the early one anyway. That's pretty good.
To the cloud.
I got it. Looks like Vespina. From RAF Bryce Norton. Cool, thank you. So that's 3 arrivals, all doing plenty of circuits. 122 heading back. Another 29 Squadron flight heading back now. Triple flight. I think it's a flight of 2 Typhoons heading in. Thanks for joining us today, and thanks for joining our first stream of the week. Ted Coningsby live here at TED HQ. That's right, aka RAF Coningsby. So got 2 Typhoons on approach. We've been spoilt with circuits today. Look at this. Another one. So I'm going to get the other one in as well at the same time. Get a 2 in 1 shot. Sunday today by the look of it. Look at that, more circuits than the Formula One at this rate. If they were to have a form of horsepower, it'd be equivalent to about, I don't know, about 1,000 Ferraris. That's quite a lot of power. Exterior differences from tranche 1 and 2. I believe the landing lights were aligned differently from vertical to horizontally aligned between the two trenches. Sadly, I haven't got that close to them to have a tranche 1 and a 3, for example. Trying to see if I got any old photos. You might be able to see it. Intakes there, the cowling, the variable cowling is fully open, but those flaps fully down. You hear that heat haze is pretty cool, isn't it? Just jellifies everything. Is that even a word? Jellify? Makes everything hazy. Aaron Kerridge, have you ever been to Norwich Aviation Museum? No, that I got close. I went to, is it Suffolk and Norfolk Aviation Museum? I was actually looking for the Norwich one and ended up there, which is fine. That's fine, not a problem. But yeah, I didn't realise there was two. Sort of, they're not that far away, aren't they? So the answer is no, I haven't, and it's on the list. I need to go to that one. Where I discovered it, I'll tell you the story behind it actually. I was driving past it and I was looking for it again, and I came up with the Suffolk and Norfolk Aviation Museum, and I thought, this doesn't look like the one I drove past, because you can see all the aircraft along the main road, right? And but I thought, well, there's another new one, so let's go with it. But I'll need to get myself up there. Or a cross over there, shall we say. It's 41 Squadron. Just a singleton. Look at this. I did say brakes release 8 seconds, 185 miles per hour, straight into vertical acceleration. And you know, if it was cleared to do so 22 seconds later, so in total 30 seconds, it is more than capable of going supersonic, and that's all thanks to the Typhoon's wonderful power of its two EJ200 engines, married up with a very, very lightweight airframe. That is what you call a performance takeoff. Get in.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't see the other one until I heard this roar, but that's fine.
I didn't know whether to call you or not, but I thought you'll hear it.
Yeah, I did hear it. It was a bit late, but it's fine, which meant I got really... Well, I'll tell you what, I've mixed it up a bit, because normally, if there's two, normally the first one is cut short. So, this way, the lead flight got the glory this time. But it was a bit of a gap, to be honest, so that was quite good. Yes! So there we go, that's the powerful engines in a lightweight airframe. It is amazing. It's going to check if we got any arrivals.
But the ones I've got similar to this one.
So that was Apollo flight, call sign of 41 Squadron. Yeah, Margot, absolutely. There's a short right there.
See you goodbye, Joanna. Look left and right.
There's Wingy there, look, in his new car. That's one, Wingy.
Yeah, in the red overall, the red arrow timer, the blue overall, it's still part of the red arrow.
Yeah.
It's like these, like the 380 or the engine. Says like RAF Royal Air Forces Association, and it says thank you all. Yeah, some of them are actually what they call circus crews.
Aaron Kerridge, that's very kind of you, thank you very much. But yeah, I'll have to have a look at that.
As well, to actually just...
Yeah, I'll have to have a... yeah, leave it with me. I'll have a look at your opening times, because it's, like I said, we were supposed to go there, and I just came across the Suffolk and Norfolk Aviation Museum, and I did think to myself that it didn't quite look like the one I drove past. But you know what? Nevertheless, we went there anyway. We checked it out and did a lost airfield, ironically, anyway, on Bungay and, of course, also known as Flixton. So we had a go with that. So enjoy. That was, I think that was the 389.
Oh, right, yeah. So we're staying with them for the week. Oh, right, yeah. Well, we're going
Or was it?
home today.
No, hang on, I'm thinking of Hethel. Goodness me, there's a lot of lost airfields, isn't there? But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that set of flight of two performance takeoffs there. And
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
that was amazing.
Oh, right, lovely. Yeah. Oh, great.
So, yeah, we just went outside. Watch it again.
Right, let's catch up with Ted. Ted, how are you, mate? Did you enjoy that? Ted, let me just sort your scarf out, bless you. It's just pop up there. There you go. Ted's loving life at the minute. Doing quite well. Did you enjoy that, Ted? Yeah, it was a performance takeoff, mate. Absolutely brilliant. And Orion, 3 Orion 3-3, which I believe is Lilo Double Fly, a Guards March, a high 5, and a paw pump for gifting, first of all, 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. A Guards March there in style. And then, Ted, what we're going to do, mate, because Lilo Double Fly, Free Orion Free has just given us a massive, huge super chat. She's put towards a special evening for you, Nikos and Claire and Ted. You are much appreciated by everyone. You're a gift to us worth $1 million. Thank you for all that you do. So, without shadow of a doubt, a paw pump, a high five, a salute, and a fly past. That massive super chat you gave us. Thank you so much for that. That is so kind. And of course, we'll finish that off with a wonderful Guards March for you. Thank you very much for that. It's just amazing generosity there. Thank you very, very much. SE Media 25, thanks for your 18 months membership. The Batter Purple with 7 months membership, another month of great plane action. Alan Burden with 30 months. It's been a real difficult 30 months for me. Thank you everyone at TCS for the support. You're welcome, Alan. Jan Clark, who's here live, part of our fighter squadron with 18 months membership. 18 months of the best channel ever. Looking forward to many more to come. Thanks to Nikos, Claire Bear, Kimberly, Spanner crew, and all the fab members. Thank you very much. Andy Stanley as well, who's here live, member for 17 months. The best stream ever. Thanks to Nikos, Claire, and all the crew. A Guards March. Greg, number 1 with 8 months. Thank you very much. 8 months with Ted and Nikos. Oi, 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 oi to you. We've got Simon PKKJR Guard. Guards March. Thank you very much. Guards March to you. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Fletch, C4X, member for 18 months. Morning all. Kev Howard, how you doing, Kev? Watching from Liverpool, member for 13 months. Oi oi. Ted Coningsby, Spanner crew. Sick day for me today, feeling ill. Oh no, get well soon. Here's a bear hug. Gaz Wilkes, 7-6, thanks for your 7 months membership. Gary, high five. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Gary again, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting another Ted Coningsby membership. Got 555 Triple Nick, member for 33 months, another fantastic month as a posh officer. Skim that Santa hat, shout out to the TCS and PCC for another wonderfully supportive month. Loves you all, thank you very much. A Guards March to you. And Kevin Marshall, member for 19 months, a Guards March to you, thank you very much. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for the super. And sorry, Kevin Marshall, who's put a message saying, another month with this amazing channel. Keep it up. Thank you, Brian. Sorry. Oh, goodness me. Ted's shaking his head. The fair committee spoken. Start again. Kevin Marshall with 19 months membership. Another month with this amazing channel. Keep it up. Guards March. Marcus. Guards March. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Paul Mayers as well, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. And Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Thank you very much everyone for your support. So, I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And yeah, I've been working on a lot of World War II tactics, etc. You know me, like I normally do. Sandy Wynn just joined. Thank you very much for your 19 months membership there. Thank you so much. Looks like we do have a Typhoon Chaos one too. Now, I know there was that squadron flew out as a 4 ship. I wonder if they're coming in as a 4.
Yeah.
Have a little look.
It was brilliant. A brilliant party.
Looks like a 2 ship. Here we go.
Even just in the background.
2 ship on initial. Here we go.
You do what, though? Oh, do you? What do you do? Oh, right, yeah.
She's the one you had to be nice to, or you got stuck in security.
Nicely done.
What the crack is.
Yeah,
Obviously I do know.
This is the thing, you go to air shows, you don't get close to what you can now.
This is mine. I've seen the concept.
No approach. Nicely done, nice landing. Got a gut feeling there'll be a full ship at some point. They went out as a four, whether they'll split into 2-2s or singletons and trails as they call it, we'll see. Hope you got to see the 2 performance takeoffs. One just about got the second one there. Wasn't expecting that. I didn't even check to see if there was another one taxiing with it, but never mind, it's all good. Which meant, like I said, it was quite rare for me to get the first one in full glory, so that was kind of cool. The wonderful Typhoon's EJ200 engines, like I said, smashing out a amazing amount of thrust. 20,000 pounds of thrust with reheats. Still contains the compressor inlet with its blisks, that whole blade, that one unit. It's one complete unit. Still has stator blades as well inside. And I will get you a, I still promise you a drawing of one, which I'll get. Length of it is 3.98 meters, which is relatively small, which is about 157 inches. Diameter at 29 inches at 73.66 centimeters. It's quite amazing. It's quite small, really, isn't it? It's got a 3-stage fan, a low pressure, and a 5-stage high pressure. An annular combustor. Turbine's only got it's got the one. It's a twin spool. It's a 1-stage LP and a 1-stage HP, which I'll show you the diagram. It produces around 13,500 pounds of cold, or dry thrust, shall we say, dry thrust, and just slightly over 20,000 pounds of thrust in each engine with reheats. Reheat, afterburner, they're the same thing. In fact, the word itself split into 2. Reheat, you're reheating something. Afterburn, you're after burning something, which if I showed you my generic diagram will make a lot more sense with that. So if you imagine that, in fact, jet engines are like literally having a propeller inside. You're probably thinking, you what? Well, this is a compressor from a Blackburn Buccaneer. This is a compressor blade, and what it is, you'll need to connect these to make a massive fan, basically a massive, almost like a massive propeller, but a set of these. So if you've not seen one of these before, or what a compressor looks like, it's a load of these blades and it makes a nice disc, a nice circle, all right? And also you get stator blades as well, which are fixed. So what it is, you've got this whole, let's say, on the first stage, this is spinning round, okay? And just behind it, you've got these stator blades, which are fixed. They don't move. And the purpose of this is to control and manage to pressurize the air to a certain amount of pressure. And you're channeling that, all right? So this is off a Blackburn Buccaneer, this one. And this is a stator blade off a Tornado. I know, so 2 different aircraft. completely. So this will stay stationary, and this will be spinning round with the whole disc system. But the Typhoon, its Eurojet EJ200 engines are actually, this isn't separate. Okay, the blades are not separate. It's one complete titanium alloy. All right, try having that on your 20-inch rims on your slammed Toyota Supra or something. Just kidding. Completely made that up. So just to put that into perspective of how that would work. So if I showed you my generic one, I've still got, I know I've been promised, I've been getting there, I've been working so hard, and this is my generic jet engine. All right, it still has everything a Eurofighter's engine would do, an F-15, literally a jet engine. Okay, and you've got your inlet. It is literally, it might sound funny, but the suck, squeeze, bang, blow, that is exactly what is going on here. You suck in the air, it sucks in the air, and this is a generic one. So when I said about low pressure and high pressure compressor, each stage, okay, this is the low pressure. All right, now on this generic one, it's a free stage. So the Typhoon has a free stage low pressure. So at the moment, this would be what it looks like. So the air's been sucked in, and when we say squeeze, what that means, it's compressing the air, it's squeezing it, which is why you get to high pressure, which is why high pressure stages, they get narrow. It's squeezing the air, it's trying to compress it as you know, as squashed, as compressed as possible. What it's doing is increasing the atmospheric pressure. All right, on this I think I've got about 13 stages. On the Typhoon it's just 5. All right, it's got 5 high pressure and 3 low pressure. And like I said, the reason why high pressure it starts to get narrow is because you're squeezing the air. Why compressed air? Why don't you just have air in there anyway? Compressed air is a lot more combustible, okay, so it's a lot more economical, and you're also getting a lot more air in a tighter space, okay, so you actually got a lot more air than what you've got. So think of scuba diving tanks. There's a lot of oxygen in those small tanks if you think about it. All right, now on the Typhoon, it's going to compress that air 26 times. So if it went in at 1 bar, it's now 26 bar of pressure if you work with that. The bypass ratio, it's the air that's flowed out around it. That's 0.4 to 1. All right, that's the ratio of air bypassed. It's a lot more economical. The reason for bypass is if you didn't have it, it'd probably be the best way. If you didn't have it, the air won't flow properly. It's not going to be very economical, and it's going to be extremely loud, and it even though it is loud, but the main thing is it won't flow. The whole point of having a bypass is that it flows. All right, so you got air that's just flowing along. I think it can also cool down. It can play a part in cooling down the engine, I think, but I don't know about that. But I know it would do on a car's engine. But anyway, that's what radiators are for. But you have a bypass so that it can flow better, basically. If it was completely snug, you'd have all this trapped air trying to force its way through. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, the bypass allows the air to go through better. Once, and then the bang, so that compressed air then goes in the combustion chamber. This is the hottest section because it's going to combust your beautifully compressed air. So imagine all that air squeezed into there. The Typhoon's engine compresses and squeezes that air to about 75 litres. I know, 75 litres per second. And don't forget, it gets very hot here. Have you ever pumped tyres on your bike? The pump gets very hot. It's exactly what happens here. Anyway, moving on. So it's spraying fuel in your beautifully compressed air. Don't forget, it shrunk it basically 26 times in some ways. It squeezed it. It ignites, bang, and that kinetic energy, that explosion, that combustion turns the turbines. All right, now the Typhoon's got 1 HP and 1 LP. The high pressure turbine moves because of that kinetic energy, that explosion. But the thing is, the high pressure turbine powers the high pressure compressor. Amazing, right? And then the low pressure turbine powers the low pressure compressor. So that blast, that kinetic energy, those gases forcing through, that thrust, that's exactly what it is. That is what causes thrust. That's what makes the turbines turn, connected to a shaft which turns its related compressor. All right, now if you left it at that, that is what Boeing 747 you know, commercial airliners jet engine would work. that's pretty much how it would work. Now, I know what you're thinking. What about the afterburner? Well, like I said, it's burning something after. You're reheating something. You're going to reignite it, basically. So, as we said, that's your normal jet engine, and then you've got the afterburner. It's in a separate chamber, and it's got these spray bars here. And what it's doing is actually just spraying fuel in non-compressed air now. It's just spraying fuel in the hot gases that it's already there, which is why, one, it's not very economical, but two, increases the thrust by around 30%. It's gone from 13,500 to 20,200, and that is what causes the afterburner. All right, the afterburner length is usually around about the same length of the aircraft, which is quite a lot. And then you've got to control that thrust and the airflow by using the nozzles to move. All right, on the F-15 we know it sweeps. Well, those that have the F-100 Pratt & Whitney engine. The Typhoon has 12 fairing flaps, and they're controlled hydraulically, and it controls the airflow. It might sound like a bit of fun. The point of it, if you did not match the flow, you could cause a flame out. You could cause an issue with your engine. If this was stuck open, or if it was stuck tight, it would really cause a problem with the engine and probably completely stall it to pieces. So there you go. So that's that. Oh yeah, I've got to show you some new additions. Oh yes. Oh, there's our Typhoon. That's what the Typhoon's Blisk. It's a titanium alloy. Which is quite amazing. The volume of a squash court can fit into a family car in just 1.5 seconds, basically. That's what the Typhoon can actually do, which is quite impressive, apparently, according to that. Let's have a look what else we got. I was going to show you some pretty cool stuff that I've been working on for a special show. Oh yeah, we're nearly there. Got some blue lines. What's going on here? Oh yeah, that was what I was talking about the other day, the Lorenz beam. Look at this. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Lorenz beam. This is from Plendul, the times of Christian Holzmeier, the times of Robert Watson Watt and Dr. Reginald Jones. We had a beam approach beacon system. BABS is the acronym, or the abbreviation, sorry. Oh yeah, actually acronym, I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, BABS. Hi BABS, if you're watching. Beacon approach, blind approach, beam approach, beacon system. You've also got the blind approach system, which is basically a very early ILS, instrument landing system. How do you land in 1940 in your ME 110 in the dark? Well, what you do, this is I think it's Tempelhof in Berlin, this runway, when they introduced this type of system to land at night. Now what it is, it sends a beam, and it's done in Morse code, that it short circuits this Morse code, shall we say. All right, so you got dot, dash, dot, dash, dot, dash. Hear me out. So what it is, it's a complete continuous equi signal, one completely one beam going across. I'm going to try and keep this as simple as possible. What it is, this Morse code actually gets short circuited, right, by going dash, dash, dash. So beep, beep, beep for your left. For your right, so it's very similar to an ILS, it's beep, beep, beep. So if you are hearing just dots like beep, 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 that means you're too far to the left. If you hear dee, 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 sorry about the noises, but that means you're too far to the right. What it is, if you were to be on the center line, it'll be one continuous unbroken sound called the equi signal. Because if you put the dashes, the dots in the dashes in that gap, you'll have one continuous signal. I hope that makes sense. So if you are quite close to the center line, nearly there, but more this way, you'll hear the you'll hear it closer and closer until it becomes one continuous signal. If you were only hearing the dots, you are way too far to the left. Does that make sense? So it's like did but when you start getting close to the center line, you'll start to hear the dashes until it's just one complete continuous signal. So what they did during the Second World War, they thought, if we can do that, why don't we use it for bombing? Which is exactly what they did. Now, the first one was I hope you can see that all right. There's good old Blighty. There's France, Belgium. And what they did just that, my friends. It was called the Knickerbein. I'm going to talk you more about this over Christmas. And what they did, they thought, well, why don't we use that beam system to make accurate bombing? And that they did. They would have these K stations. The Knickerbein, it was called Knickerbein because I think it means crooked leg in German, and it was shaped like a funny crooked shape. Sorry about the pronunciation. What they did, they launched the bombers following the continuous line, and they used that dash dot system to actually line up the bombing. So all the pilot had to do was follow one of the beams sent from Cherbourg, for example, and then they'll link up another radio frequency with the dot dash system. But all they needed to do is match the dots with the dashes. They'll be listening out for that equi-signal. Equi-signal is that complete permanent line. So for example, they'll hear the dots over here, and when they hear the dashes over this side, it will just be one continuous. So they actually did very accurate, the Germans in World War II, very accurate night bombing. In fact, they were better night bombing than the Royal Air Force, for example, because they had this very accurate system. Coventry done the same way. The first beam from Brittany, for example, and then K9 from Cherbourg doing this signal here. So basically, it's two intersecting signals. All right, hope that makes sense. But good old Dr. Reginald Jones tried to convince the Air Ministry that these beams, hence the Battle of the Beams, were real. The Air Ministry didn't want to invest this time. They gave him a chance. 3 days passed, and what they did, they got aircraft looking out for these signals. All right, so they had to send aircraft, which to the Air Ministry was wasting valuable time. Unluckily, on the last day, the 4th day, they heard the beams. How did we counter this? Well, Dr. Reginald Jones basically sent a false equi-signal, a false beam, so the bomb was dropped out 5 miles away. All right, hope that makes sense. So the intelligence of Germany thought, right, let's come up with a different system. They came up with the X-Jurat system. Now the X-Jurat system, similar thing. They'll send, they named them after German, after rivers, if I remember correctly. Now, again, the bomber would follow a signal, but this time the X-Jurat had 3 signals that were beamed to intersect. Now you're thinking, why 3? Well, when the bomber heard the equi-signal from the Rhine, we're going to call that beam the Rhine, there was a timer that was set, so it's ticking away. Now these timers start when it passes the Oder River, the second beam, when the pilot matches that intersection, there's 2 hands on a timer, they start ticking away. And they were spaced at 5 meters apart, one from the next beam and one from the target. When they passed the Elbe, this final one, which was 5 kilometers away, one hand would stop. So you got 2 hands going, one hand would stop and the other rotate back, and when it gets to 0, it will drop the bomb. Very, very clever. Again, what did our good old Dr. Jones do? He sent a fake Oder signal. So it was 5 kilometers, so it was about 2.5 kilometers away, or something similar to that. So they even predicted they'll come up with a different system called the Wide-Jurat, and they did, and it used transponders. One signal, again, aiming for the target, and it was a transponder system that would actually talk back to the HQ of where that radio signal works. So they added a transponder on the aircraft, and so one signal the pilot just had to follow the line, and then the return signal would be a lot more accurate. Well, good old Dr. Jones, do you know what he did? He sent a fake signal back so that they got the wrong readings. So that was lucky, wasn't it? So which is why ILS is very similar. Signal, a frequency to the left, 150, and a frequency to the right, 90 hertz. So it's actually quite amazing. Actually, I've got that wrong, it's the other way around. Left is 90 hertz, right is 150. I needed to turn that round. Goodness me, I don't want to be a pilot, eh? And I'll show you about that. It's pretty cool. So it was the start of, you know, 100 Group. I don't know if you've ever heard of 100 Group Bomber Command. 100 Group were an electronic countermeasure group which formed in response to this. And of course we had Robert Watson Watt doing the our own chain home system. So for those that are pilots would know the ILS, the primary flight display. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I was this is going to come up on our shows. Tactics of bombing. So Colonel Curtis E. LeMay of the 305th Bomb Group, commanding officer. What this tells you is, so if you add these two lines, what about this one here? Which one is the shortest? This line or this line? Which one is the shortest? Curtis LeMay was like, we need to stop weaving because we're exposed in enemy flak a lot longer. What he said is like, look, you just got to go for it. You're in a straight line. You're going to be under fire for less time. And also, the accuracy was better in a straight line. Imagine the bomb aimer trying to sort it out. Imagine the pilot. Also, I've got the sun here. They made sure when they were on their bombing run that the sun was behind them so that the enemy flak gunners, the 88mm, would be firing into the sun. So, a good tactic. Again, another little drawing. I wanted to show you what hydroplaning is, or hydroplaning and aquaplaning. Do you remember when I talked about wet runways? Do you remember that? And you know, you might think, well, just land gently. Wrong, you're supposed to do a positive landing, because this is what happens when you don't slam your aircraft in the wet. What happens is that water builds up and then you get pushed. Your landing gear, your tyres have been pushed up. It builds up a wave of water, which is why they don't have treads like we do on a car. These little lines is so that the water can fit in them so it can land properly. Good, look at this. How's your braking system supposed to do anything on this? It's literally no impact on your plane. I know I've gone from like ILS to bombing to tyre spa. I just thought I'd show you what I've been up to anyway. There we go. A little bit of extra work for you. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that anyway. So sorry, I didn't know people were listening into that, but there you go. Bit of fun facts there for you. Hope that made sense. Aspen, how you doing? Hope you're well. Might go and get something to eat actually. It's about that time. We may have another departure. I think I may have heard that. I can hear a Typhoon spooling. I wasn't sure if it was the Typhoons that came back. Welcome to the show. I hope you're all good. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. I thought I'd give you something different today. I thought I'd talk a little bit about the Battle of the Beams. We do have a Typhoon taxiing out for departure. Let's ride. Hello. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll come and say goodbye because this is just taxiing now, so it's still got a few minutes. It's still got a few minutes.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh dear. Oh, terrible. Right, you take care, safe journey,
yeah,
have fun.
Oh,
Take
cheers,
care,
mate.
good to
Thank
see
you. Yeah, and you.
Take care, Andy.
Yeah, cheers,
Thank you very much, mate. Take care,
We
yeah?
always try and keep it away. We just don't like interrupting you.
I've already disturbed anyway.
Hope you and Claire. Oh, so I've heard, yeah.
Right,
Hope you, Claire, and Kim.
Yeah, no, we will do.
We'll see you in person soon, okay?
Oh, you will?
We'll see you on the screen. Well, we'll watch on the screen later on, but we'll see you on the screen tomorrow.
Oh yeah, don't worry. Right, you take care, yeah?
Oh yeah, and you. Thanks
See
a
you
lot.
soon. Take care.
Bye.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye. Safe journey.
Thanks. And you.
Oh yes, thank you. Okay, just before I have something to eat, I've got a couple of Typhoons just team out for departure. So I'll put my lunch on hold just for a minute. So yeah, I thought I'll mix it up today a little bit and just show you what I got up to over the weekend. That is exactly what I get up to over the weekend. On the weekends, that is what I do. I end up just putting a video and reading a book. I know, I read a book and watch a video at the same time, and I just write a load of stuff, and it kind of sticks with me, which is pretty cool. Multitasking, yeah man. So yes, I think I was right. I think bypass ratios and the whole point of a bypass does actually impact the sound. So someone just put that in there, so that makes me feel a bit better, because I kind of guessed. I thought that was a bit of a guess. I thought that's probably what it could do. So there we go. Yes, I'm always constantly learning. One of my favourite books is called Battles with the Luftwaffe, and it's all about tactics. I love it. It's hearing it from both sides, and both sides trying to outdo each other. It's the most amazing thing. It is so good to learn about tactics from both sides. It really is important, because then you get to understand what the thinking of what certain tactics were. It's all very well just learning about one side, but then you got to learn about why they did it in that way, why they added, you know, and let's think about it. I mean, I've told you before about the B-17s being attacked from the front, which is why on the late models they added the chin turret, you know, to protect them, and added more guns at the front. So there you go. Alex Blackcat, how you doing? Chris Bloxham, Renko DeVray, Marco, Jakey, how you all doing? Hope we're all good. Jay Borton, Craig Lockett, hope you're all good. William, Stephen Woodrow, hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Right, we've got two Typhoons. Runway 25. Just a quick one, anything in yellow is your taxi instructions. Anything in red is your runway. Runway 12. Let's have another example. I think I had one over here, didn't I? There you go, look, yellow, taxi, anything to do with taxi. The alpha is the holding points. There's Alpha 4. The A taxi is over there. There's also Bravo, Echo, Delta, there's loads. Clear for takeoff, here we go. enjoying this, don't forget to support the channel. Hit the like button. You've been cleared to touch and go on the like button. Give us a thumbs up, it does help. And of course, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. I've no idea where we're going to go this week. I know where I'm going Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm going to put it on the show later. It could be good old Waddington, I think. I'll just double check the weather. But tomorrow is a challenge. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, I'll be right back. Just going to go and grab some scran, get a bit of scoff. Just going to double check anything else. Well, actually, there is something RTV now. Okay, so it looks like the Chaos flight is split into two, because it looks like we've got another segment of Chaos flight. But yeah, it's not looking too good tomorrow, so I've got Wednesday sorted, so leave it with me. I'll see where we're going to go tomorrow, if nothing's guaranteed. So you'll probably see Wednesday's stream on, you know, for scheduled in before tomorrow's, just so I can make sure I've got something. Maybe I won't be having something to eat. I can see it on ADSB, it's not too far. So Chaos is just about to turn right. There we go. So Chaos flight I'm not sure if there's one or two at this stage. I would have thought there was two. Let's have a look. No, it's just the one. Okay. Here we go, on initial, into the brake. Been a very good day for us here at Coningsby. We are in the official spotters car park. If you ever arrive and the car park is full, please do not park just outside or anything like that in the vicinity. Just park it in the town. There is a large car park and it's just £2 for the whole day, and there are toilets over there. There's none here, unfortunately. Now, there is a burger van usually. Steve will be back next year. Food and some scrap. Salmon for Ted. And if Ted's done the pack up, it'll be salmon everything in there. Right, I'll be right back. I think I'll be checking ADSB and the chats. Looks like we've got another sortie coming up very shortly as well. So gotta get a move. One of the Typhoons that did a performance takeoff. That was the second one. The flight leader's obviously gone on a different sortie. grab a quick cup of tea. So these Typhoons at 29 ASP, sorry, these Typhoons on the ASP of 29 are getting ready for the next sortie. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good and well. So let's see what we got here now. Those are getting prepped. All is good. Canopy's up, waiting for the next sortie. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the show. Hope we're all good and well. Just finishing off me chucking. Yep. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment. That's right, just been scoffing up this chucking. It's roasted today, nice roast chucking. It's pretty good, this. It's a good portion. Lovely bit of chucking drumstick. That's some good. Yeah, that'll do. The pigeons will have that, and then there'll be more chucking. And then when they come along and start eating that, there'll be more chucking. Never a rest for the wicked there now. Yep. Oi, oi, how you doing there now? You alright? How you doing? I ain't seen you before, you alright? I'll be down in a moment. Hey, how you doing there, Grand? Hey, it's Grand Crew Drew. How you doing, Reggie? You alright? I'm alright now. How you doing there now, Grand Crew Drew there now? Yeah, just quickly finishing up. Just been helping out. My name's Grand Crew Drew. How you doing? That's why I got Hero written on me bird's nest. That's right. Without us, those planes won't fly. Makes up a whole team, it is. How about you? What you been doing? Apart from eating chucking. Oh, look, I've been watching these pretty little planes, actually. Been doing my perimeter checks on me break as well. Just making sure it's all good. Found a nice bit of chucking, which I've just given to the other chuckins, so they can have more chucking, and you know how it is there now. Yeah, it's all good there now. Yeah, that's all right, innit? Yeah. Right, I've got to go. See you later, mate. Yeah, it's all good, mate. Hope you're all well. I'll be back in a moment. Just got to go and sort out some typhoons. Right, see ya. Right, so wave 2 about to begin, so let's see what we're going to get today on wave 2. Welcome, my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. It's been an absolute pleasure today. Hope you're all good. So wave 2 about to begin probably in a few moments, so time to grab a quick cup of tea and we'll start again. That's very kind of you, thank you. That's very kind of you. I've just
No problem.
just had some bits and pieces in here. Thank you, it's very kind of you. Hello. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, good.
Good.
So you're on YouTube as Ted Coningsby?
I am indeed. Yes.
Great stuff. We'll look you up on this road.
Yeah.
We'll look you up later when we get to the caravan. But
Yeah. Do so. That'll be good.
fabulous.
Oh.
Good get-up you've got here, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you.
Superb.
Oh yes. All is good.
What do you do for work?
This is it.
This is it.
This is it.
So just posting the videos.
Oh no, I'm live. I'm doing a live show.
Oh right, gotcha.
Yes, so I'll talk
Oh.
about all the history, how it all works, how planes work, engines, diameters, speed.
Fabulous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when the base began, who was here first, what they flew.
So how do you get your money then?
On YouTube. Well, Google to be exact. So yeah.
And they pay you, do they?
Oh, but yeah, hopefully.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realise you could. At all,
Yes,
you know.
it's a thing now, so
Yeah.
I'll go with it.
I mean, I've got a friend, she does a thing called Pot Gang,
Yeah.
and it's a gardening thing.
Oh right, okay.
And they send her a box every month, and it's like plants and bulbs and things for the next month.
Okay.
And she goes on to YouTube and she gives a blog, or whatever they call it. You can tell I'm old, I don't know much.
No, you're all right,
about
man.
it.
No, you're good. You're doing good.
And she speaks and she shows them how to set this month's box, you know.
There you go.
And she gets paid £300 for it.
Good for her.
Brilliant.
That's
yeah.
good, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm gobsmacked.
Good.
I mean, you know, it's only £300, but
Hey,
it's extra bit of money for
that's
her.
it. It is, sir. Right, here we go. Here we go. So our wave 2, beginning with a 29 Squadron Typhoon taxiing out. Here we go. Well, enjoy the noise. Here we go. So the Typhoons arrived here on the 19th of May 2005. But let's not forget the very first aircraft that arrived at Coningsby with their squadron on the 23rd of February 1941. It was indeed the Handley Page Hampden. Here she is in all its glory, a 4-seater. Made in a couple of different variants, and it did innovate the mine laying, or shall we say what was called in World War II gardening, which was literally laying mines in the sea, causing havoc to the enemy fleets that were trying to make their way, especially causing the chaos of the Battle of Atlantic. But here we go, the flying suitcase, as it was called, or the flying tadpole. Had some very romantic nicknames as well, and some not so nice. But the reason for the nickname, it had a very claustrophobic fuselage, and it was only 3 foot, so it's about a metre. I know, but it had a 4,000 pound payload that it could take of bombs, which wasn't bad. You know, it met the criteria. It was an icon of Lincolnshire, you know, because it was in 1938 it arrived at RAF Scampton with 49 Squadron. Now 106 Squadron were the first to operate this here at Coningsby, the first residents, and they went on to have their first ever sortie on the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941. But unfortunately the night after, the 3rd into the 4th, X3002 sadly was shot down, and the 4 were Coningsby's first ever losses. Nevertheless, this was innovating and pioneering the way forward for 1,000 horsepower plus engines, the Bristol engines, the Bristol Pegasus, 1,000 horsepower, moving away from the 620 odd horsepower engines that were around at the time. But there we go, we've got to start somewhere, and we went off and started life out with this. You know, when we think about the payloads of the Typhoon, like 20,000 or so, as opposed to 4,000 pounds on the Handley Page Hampden, as we talk about sort of, you know, 20,000, 19,000 service ceiling, 20,000 feet on a Handley Page Hampden, when we've got the Typhoon doing 55 plus. It is actually quite amazing when you think how far we've come. It is quite amazing, you know, when we think about, you know, supersonic speeds. You know, Typhoon FGR4, so be it, we call it Mark II, but it is a Mach 1.8 here. But when we talk about speeds with, you know, with the Hampden at 247 miles per hour, service ceiling 19,000 feet or so, it is quite amazing to think about, you know, how it's all changed. is the Typhoon Mark T3, a trainer, a two-seater, or a family version, as we like to say on the channel. Second aircraft to fit into Coningsby's inventory during the Second World War, and the second squadron was indeed 97 Squadron, another squadron that's got a lot of history as well. They were at Woodhall Spa as well. The officers were at the Petwood as well at some point. So much history to talk about. We could literally just have, or I could just have, a second channel just on history and go into lots of detail. Can you imagine that, going live and just doing history? That's it. But there we go. It's something that we are proud of here, something that we include on our channel, because it's very important to keep the legacy of those that made the ultimate sacrifice, those that scrambled. Is that another Typhoon? Is that two more on the other side? No. Eurofighter Typhoon. Okay, it's time to ride. Here we go. Typhoons that look like they've been through LFA 17, the Lake District. There is a really good question that was asked at the TED party. How fast do they go? Well, how fast do they go low level? 7 miles a minute. That's 420 miles per hour. That's about That's impressive. And there's also a sort of max speed for low flying areas. It's about 550 knots, I think it is. You don't really want to be going any faster than that. They can do that, depends on their sortie that they need to do through there. Depends what the challenge is, what it's set, what the sortie is. If it's evading enemy radar to get out there quick, to avoid any enemy fighters as well, or been chased by a fighter, perhaps you were spotted on your sortie. They do, like I said, they'll counter and act upon any sort of scenario and put that into training. 7 miles a minute. That's pretty cool when you put it like that. But then, as I said, 450 miles per hour is 200 meters per second. So in 8 seconds, we've done a mile. Sweet. How many have we got on this flight? Just that one? What we got here? What we got here? QRA style takeoff. That's how quick they can move. Wow, that's impressive. There's not enough runway because it doesn't need it. Oh. Shiver me salmon gills, that was amazing. So that's what's called a QRA style takeoff. They do practice it, they do train it. It's been a cracking day, really. So 2 more to leave the floor. Here we go. Taxiing now. And another one as well. So there's 2 that you can see on the screen now, look. And there's 1 more taxiing in just a moment that you'll see on the screens. Absolutely, that was awesome, wasn't it? Absolutely rapid. QRA takeoffs don't always just go straight up. It's all about just getting somewhere quick, by any means necessary. So you don't need to waste time just trying to just go vertical for the sake of it. If you need to go somewhere quick, you're going to be fully loaded, fully fueled. You're going to be a lot heavier than you normally are with what you've got packing. But they are impressive, and it just shows off the Typhoon's not only capability there, but just its acceleration. The velocity is just insane. Due to they always reminded me of my Integra. You know, it's not the biggest engine in the world, a 1.8, but the fact that it's got a lightweight frame, its chassis, etc. The body is so lightweight. It's yeah, that's power to weight ratio there.
Are we doing one?
We're doing one, we're waiting.
Right, you have a good day.
It's a bit chilly, isn't it? Have a good day.
I can't believe you. Why I've not found you before.
Oh, no, you're right. There's lots of people still to discover the
Yeah.
channel. But
I'll tell my cousin as well. I mean,
yeah, do enjoy.
He'll be following you as
Nice
well.
one. Thank you very much.
I've been. I worked on the Vulcan years ago.
Oh, did you?
I was in the Air Force. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, thanks for serving.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, Vulcans were here for 2 years.
Yeah.
And
I'll
60.
show you a little.
Yeah, yeah.
as
So
well.
yeah, so that's so when I explained that arrived here in 1969 with 6th Squadron,
Yeah.
changing the era of Coningsby into the fighter era.
Can I just come up a little bit?
What do you need to see?
I'm just
Is
going to
that-
take photos of them all.
There you go.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I thought you got your roof covered with them.
And
Just still got the video going.
there's the Hampden. That was the first aircraft at Coningsby.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
1970.
Nice. Right, here we go.
Cottesmore and Scampton.
No, oh, Scampton, nice. Right, here we go, another departure. Here we go, let's ride. Here we go. How many we got on this flight? Just the one? Looks like 2. Flight of 2, here we go. got another Typhoon at the end there.
Anything due to come in soon?
Oh, they're only just taking off now, so.
No, it's this afternoon session, yeah?
Yeah, I would say so. Yes.
Saw 11 go off this morning.
Yeah, it was good this morning, wasn't it? Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, they're all just starting the next sesh.
There's nothing else down there at the moment, is there? Is there anything else down the far end?
There's one there, definitely. There's one. Yep, there's one there.
Excellent. I'll keep quiet.
Yeah, it's taxiing now, ready for. Well, it's about to line up and wait. Here we go. Well, that's a nice set of departures. It's all gone quiet now, so right, we'll wait for the next. Anything left on that main ASP? Not a lot. I even would catch glimpses of the English Electric Lightning through there, but can only see the tail at the moment, sadly, as 29 Squadron used to operate the English Electric Lightning, as well as number 11 here. Okay, got a nice two ship coming in. You alright, buddy? You off now, man, yeah?
Going, yeah.
Alright, buddy.
Lovely to have met you.
Yeah, you too. You too. You take care. Yeah, thanks, man. I'll see you again, alright? Take care. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the show. Typhoon's out at the moment. Stay with us. Still got about another hour to go yet before we finish up for the day, as it starts to get a little bit chill on the gills. Oh yes. As soon as it gets to about 1500, it gets a little bit cold, especially when the sun gets a little bit shy. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Just seen a question, or at least just someone querying the configuration. So the Typhoon has 13 hard points. Okay, so you'll get them in different configurations. You can have so basically 13 hard points. Let's just dedicate number 1 or the 13th. It doesn't matter which one. Let's dedicate one to the center drop tank. Okay, you can have 3 of these in total, 1 here and 1 on each wing. Okay, so if you've got 13 hard points and 1 is allocated to the center drop tank, which is about 600 pounders, you've then got 1 on each side, leaving you then 10 more hard points. That's 5 on each side. Now it really doesn't matter how they're configured. It is mission. You can configure them to your mission depending on how much fuel you'll need, but having 3 would probably mean they, it needs a lot of fuel to go somewhere. Having 1, enough to get you to re-out, do a display, come back, or enough to get you somewhere, do a display, a full display, or it's basically enough It is, and having 2 drop tanks, they don't have to have the same configuration. It's best to leave it alone. Okay, it's best not to start moving them around. You start moving things around, you're going to come across or create problems if you're going to do that. It's less work, just leave as it is. But of course, if the Typhoon needs to be reconfigured to have 2 drop tanks, then they'll take this one off, or they'll put this one here and add another one. It depends what it's doing, but you'll see them in various different configurations. It really, it's about just leaving as it is. You know, why make a problem? Why create a problem? Just leave it as it is. You don't have to keep taking it off, keep taking it on, keep taking it off. It's just ready for the next one. 2 drop tanks is plenty. 1 drop tank is sufficient. It's enough for what it needs to do. It's quite common to see them with 1 or 2. There are occasions where you'll see them with none at all, because it is, you know, at the end of the day, the range on these are very, very good as well. So you don't really need to, you know, it's what's called clean as well. So very different configurations that you'll see them at. So I hope you don't mind. So yeah, I know it probably doesn't answer your question, but at the end of the day, they will just reconfigure it to how it is, which is why when you see the Royal Air Force's Typhoon, when it displays, they just leave it with that center drop tank. It never displays with any fuel in it, if that helps as well. It's never displayed with fuel in it, but it does have fuel to be used to transit. So they'll use up the fuel to transit to a particular place, display, and have enough fuel to get back at the end of the day. So that's what that's all about. So hope that clarifies your question. So really, to be honest, the answer is it doesn't matter how it's configured, although they will configure it to a specific mission if it needs it. Other than that, they'll just leave it as it is. The armourers do take care of you know, adding and taking off and reconfiguring the drop tanks, of course, with that as well. So I hope that clarifies a little bit. It's got a combat range of about 863 miles or 750 nautical miles. Again, it could be reconfigured for ground attack missions. Ferry range about 2,350 miles with the 3 drop tanks. So if you were to put 3 of the drop tanks, you're looking at a ferry range of around 2,350 miles. All right, so that's 3,791 or so kilometers, something like that. All right, but generally as a range, you're looking at standard about 1,800. All right, so you've got, I mean, there's also a 3 hours of combat air patrol it can do in an air defense role. It's got loitering time, which is why I've always said this, right? It's quite important to understand the F-35. A lot of people scream at it and go, well, its max speed is only, you know, Mach 1.6. Hang on a minute, it was designed that way. Think about the B-2, doesn't even have afterburners. Yeah, it's a bomber and it gets jobs done. The F-117, no afterburner. You know, it's been made for that F-35. It's been specifically made for loitering. It's got the acceleration to maneuver like it does sweetly. It's been designed for loitering, not for going at super, like twice the speed of sound, etc. You know, and at the end of the day, the Typhoon also has a loiter time as well. So, you know, it depends on the mission basis and the drop tanks, the configuration you can have. None, 1, 2 or 3. So drop tanks, depending on the, if it's an emergency, you will be required to carry out the procedure, which I've got a manual for that. Yep, the procedure would be to drop. If you're in an emergency, I hope everything's all right over there. We'll just go over a little bit. Yeah, it's fine. Nothing to be worried about. That's it. It's gone. Yeah, so if you were in an emergency, there is a procedure to drop the drop tanks. So from World War II, if you were going to be engaged in a dogfight scenario, you will be required to drop your drop tanks, and I believe they still do that today. I think they would do that. You don't really want to have anything draggy under there, and you certainly don't want to be hit on a drop tank. Yeah, so air-to-air refueling, you can't refuel a drop tank mid-air. All right, so once you've used that, that's it. I believe you can use it as a last case. I think I've heard of this in Operation Elamy, where they used the drop tank just to cause some damage or something like that. I'm pretty sure I mean, you know, not be funny, it weighs what, 600 pounds? That would hurt. When I mean manual, I mean a publicly available one. There's a lot of things in there, classified of course, that are not in there, which is fair enough. So anything available to the public, it's on there. Yeah, so you can't, yeah. Actually, I'm going to take that back. I've got a funny feeling you can refuel drop tanks air to air. I've got a funny feeling you can actually. I'm gonna have to find that out. Actually, do you know what? I came across, I think the Tornado could do that. Alan? Is Alan Burden on there? Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think I might take that back. Oh well. Anyway, here's 2 Typhoons. I'll find out for you on Friday. So on 3 drop tanks, I think you can get to the States with, I'd say, I think about 3 refuels with your 3 drop tanks. I'm pretty sure that number rings a bell, between 2 and 3, whereas it would take a lot longer on a Tornado. I remember reading Typhoon, good old Mike Sutton, Rayford, I'm sure that's on there. It does mention about that, I'm pretty sure it was on there. absolutely beautiful brakes there. So the landing gear is done manually. It's the pilot does it. I've had to go on the. I've been fortunate enough to have a go on the simulator here at Coningsby, and it's like real. It's quite a cranky switch. It's quite cool for the gear. Although I tried to land it at RAF Valley and did a loop. I was supposed to do a touch and go. Then ended up doing a loop with the gear down. Just amazing. So, as I said, when the gear goes up, usually they turn right to use a bit of Cranwell radar. Sometimes, not all the time, depends what it's going to do. Asymmetric low approach with the afterburner on. Look at that. Yeah. Just talking about that today actually. Harry Inge, thank you very much for your super. Get Ted on the case. Sharon Pilkington, how you doing? Hope you're feeling better. Leah, Margot, Davey, Michael Woodbridge, how's it all going? Hope you're all good as well. Hope you're all enjoying the show. It's been a good one today, hasn't it? Those PTOs were good as well, weren't they? They were very, very good. Still quite a bit out there at the moment. Looks like LFA 17 was a bit busy today. Looks like it's been pretty good. So for those out there, giving a bit of potluck in the flying area, 17. Looks like it's been a good day for you. So we've got Rampage in the vicinity. As we come to the last sort of 20 minutes of our show, Rampage flight. Oh, nice. Is that a spare runway caravan? Yes. Lancasters above us. What have we got, man? It'll be Lancasters. Looks like it. Looks like an F-15 that just went over. Thanks a lot for your words, Sharon Pilkington. Hope you're all good and well. And in the green. We always say stay in the green. Lots of new members today. Thank you very much for joining us. You're welcome, Williams. Hope you're all good. Thanks for your kind words. Ted and Nikos, great stream as always. Goes without saying, really. Thank you. Hopefully you tomorrow, if not Wednesday. Yeah, not sure about tomorrow. Just leave it with me. If not, worst case, I'll just go somewhere and film it. But yeah, it's looking a bit untidy tomorrow. That's a new one. The weather tomorrow, the forecast tomorrow is a bit untidy. Well, I was just thinking about my hair, really. You know, the wind, the rain. It's almost been chucked in a washing machine. So tomorrow's weather is washing machine weather. Oh, hello. I think you got strafed by a seagull there of some description. Thing just reminiscing of what a great year we've had. It's what we're going to come up with next year of all the same sort of things. REAP Cosford Armed Forces Day, see if we can get in there as well. So got, you know, a few other events. see what we can come up with next year. I mean, what will be in store for 2026? Top it off as well, we've got QEAF 4.0 tickets for members. Priority will be available in January at some point. Certainly been a day of circuits today as well. It's been great to see. We've seen loads of circuits. Nice QRA style takeoff as well, and 2 PTOs to go with that. Lovely. If you haven't done so already, please hit that like. Plenty of you watching at the moment, so if you haven't done so already, it does help. I know it's a little bit late, but hey, it helps. Hitting that like button, giving us a thumbs up, that would be great, much appreciated. And of course, do think about subscribing to the channel. Come and join us, along with the notification bell button. Switch that to all so you won't miss on the latest and greatest live streams and videos and shorts we post pretty much daily. Session. Wearing shorts on Sunday is optional, but we certainly supply them via YouTube. Not the ones on your leg, around your legs or waist, whatever. And of course, the sharing option is absolutely amazing as well. Thank you very much, Davey, for the update. 1,000 likes. Here we go, another circuit. There literally has been more circuits than Formula 1 today. It's just been fantastic, fantastic. Gear up as well. Ted Coningsby. Sandy Wynn, thank you very much for your 19 months of Ted Coningsby membership, Guards March. Paul Henry, member of 33 months. Wow, hello from Liverpool. Hope all okay today. Well, thank you very much for your kind greetings there. Aloha Tarantula Susan, or Aloha Tarantula Susan. A high five to you. And a Guards March, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. Aranar, member for 16 months. Oi, 16 months. Nice one. Guards March. Gary Inge, great stream today. Keep up the good work. Nikos, thank you very much. We'll keep going. Musicals Mexican assistant, a high five and a Guards March. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Tam's Hobby or Tam's... Yeah, let's go with Tam's Hobby. High five, Tams. Guards March. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. John Dolby as well, welcome. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Tam's Hobby, thank you very much for your super chat as well. A Guards March to Tams, thank you very much. We Stevie Boy with 16 months membership, Guards March, thank you very much. Love this channel so much. Thank you very much. We Stevie Boy, thanks for the super. And Gary Inge as well, thank you very much for the super. Oh, he's off. Thanks a lot very much. It's been lots of circuits today. I've been loving it. From low approaches to lots of, we've had an asymmetric low approach as well with the reheat on. Asymmetric low approaches, how we're doing. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator, and lots of circuits today. Look, at the end of the day, you know, they need to be the best because a good pilot is always training, but to be a military pilot, you've got to be even better than that. So you've got to be able to just have that natural instinct, let that training kick in an event of a, you know, of the emergency. So low approaches, asymmetric low approach where one reheat is put on. So it's like an imbalance. So you can have scenarios where you've only got the one engine out, but you need to do a low approach. What do? If you've got one engine that's gone and you need to do a low approach, what are you going to do? You've got an imbalance as well, where you can have maybe ordnance that was fired on one side and jammed on the other. You then have an imbalance, so you then need to use the reheat to balance that out on one side. If you use both, it may pull to one side. There are scenarios, but if you don't train, what are you going to do when the day comes? Say, for example, you've never practiced a touch and go. You've never done it in your life. You've been flying for years and years, never done a touch and go. What happens when you come to land and something just goes on the runway. What are you going to do? You don't know what to do. So you need to train all the time. You need to do it. But this isn't Heathrow. This isn't where you got, you know, passengers, you know, and civilians, etc. This is the military world. You need to be on another level. It's a different breed, my friends. Here we go. Rampage back in action. That said, I have been on a touch and go, a chewy flight coming back from Crete, where the aircraft ahead landed and burst a tyre and there was debris, and we had to do a touch and go. And the screams and people turning green was one thing, but me cheering, yes, I had some happy drinks that flight, but me, I was absolutely cheering with joy while probably about 50% were turning green. It was amazing, great reactions on the pilot. There we go. So what I'm saying, if this pilot had never trained on a touch and go or a low approach, you know, to do that, then what do you think is going to happen? I think I may have turned green. So we are about to pack up in just a moment. Let's just see this one out and we'll finish up for today. We'll see this one in. Low approach, look at this. Beautiful. It is dark now. You know, for 3 o'clock, 1500 local. It's only about 15 minutes or so for sunset, actually. I'll tell you what, we do have a nice 2-ship just coming in now. Night stream, doesn't it, a little bit? Feels like the start of a night flying. Mind you, it's about the sort of time when they start. Gear down, here we go. Typhoon just behind. Love it. I got them both in. show. Mind you, saying that, we've got our other Typhoon who's coming in, the one that's been doing lots of circuits. Rampage, what's going to happen with this one? Let's have a look. Alan Q, take care, see you soon. Typhoon Tristan, Christopher Neal, Chris Bloxham. did have a couple of grippins here the other week, didn't we? A couple of weeks ago. That was pretty cool. Good and well. But speaking of G's, for those that don't understand what G's are, remember we're all experiencing, unless you're flying of course, we're all experiencing what right now the force of gravity, which is a 1 G. That's what the G stand for. So it literally is your weight. So if you are pulling 2 G's, you now weigh twice. It's not very flattering when you put it in that context, but that is, you know, the blood is going to your feet. And the pilots have the special suits that they wear, the G suits, and they kind of squeeze. They help you breathe. The mask actually feeds in oxygen when you're pulling higher G. So 9G is 9 times the force of gravity. That's what you're experiencing. So we're all standing right now or sitting down, whichever it is, you're all experiencing 1G. Okay, 0 it means you're floating, and the whole point of the Typhoon G suit is to kind of squeeze and help tense. The pilots do have forms of training and breathing as well, and also the mask that they, I'm going to leave this one too, I'm going to let it just transition off the screen, that actually feeds them air. It forces oxygen down their throat basically to help them breathe, to sustain like high G's like 9G. And the thing is with the Typhoon, it can actually hold 9G all the way, it can stay there. Yeah, so the thing is with the Typhoon, it can hold at 9G and stay at 9G. It's not like a quick 9G feel and that's the end of it. Can the aircraft exceed 9G? Yes, so there are circumstances where aircraft can actually go exceed 9G, and I'll tell you how. Well, first of all, I can tell you now from speaking to Typhoon pilots that when you're experiencing 9G, you physically cannot reach for the dials on the cockpit. You can't literally grab the screen or anything or touch any of the buttons. You physically cannot do it. That's 9G. That's about, I don't know, a Formula 1 car you weigh. Wow, that's pretty impressive. So if you're going to do a 9G turn, all right, like that, if the wind is blowing in that quite strong in that same direction, you can then pull like 9.4G. It can actually go more. It depends where the wind is blowing, so there are circumstances it can do that. So that's so bear that in mind, whether the body likes it or not. Negative G, that's different. That's okay. So all the blood's going down to your feet, and negative G is going the other way. So gravity is pulling us down, right? Well, negative G is going the other way. You can see in-flight cockpit footage, some of the tassels are sticking up. If they are, then they're experiencing 9G. It's not very pleasant because the blood is now going the other way. They can see a lot of red, a lot of blood in their eyes, and there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to ride it out. It's not a nice experience. So it's gravity but going the other way, which is not very good for you, and it certainly isn't very pleasant. So the Typhoon's just come back now, and we're about to finish up as well. But it's been great having you all today with us. Thank you for joining in. It's been just fabulous, really, isn't it? Yeah, no problem. So 1G, everyone is experiencing 1G unless you're flying. That is what. So the moon is what, 0.7G as a comparable. So that's why it doesn't pull you down as much or something like that. It does have a. Actually, let me find out. Let me just get that, because that's going to bug me, that is. It's about 1.6. Oh, so how are we doing that then? 1.6. How am I going to work that bit? 1.6 of 1, so what? 1.6, hang on. It's in 6 parts. What we're talking about? 0.2 G then? Oh, okay. 6 to 1.6. So it's not 0.2, be 0.115. Are we going with 0.15? It's about that. So that's not a lot of gravity pull, that, isn't it? So there you go, 0.15. I'm going to go with that as my final answer. With that. So that's not a lot, is it? Look at that, beautiful. So yeah, and 0 means you're floating, basically. So you can understand that. So there you go. There's a little bit about G's as we just finish up for the day. Typhoon's just doing lots of circuits, and we're just going to finish up for the day, I think, Ted. I'll tell you what, let's get a little bit more. Yes, I've had I've been fortunate enough to actually try on the advanced G suit of the Typhoon. It is amazing. I think it's made by Buford, I think. It can withstand loads of different temperatures, and from the plus or minus, from the plus and minus sides of things. But there we go, that's a little bit about G. Not many people actually know that. They hear this 9G. That's basically you now weigh 9 times what you did. That is painful if you think about it. And all that blood is just rushing 9 times than it would normally do, straight down to your feet. That is going to draw a lot of blood away from you. So the idea is to practice tensing. The G suit has got this like horseshoe which expands. The whole thing expands and tightens your body up to stop you from literally passing out. It is quite an amazing thing that these pilots have to go through, both physically as well. Must be quite something. And then when you pull in negative G and plus G, it's not a really good thing to do. You know, that's like up and down. It's what they call, you can get into what they call G-lock as well. That's you know, general loss of consciousness. That's pretty not good. You can start to grey out and all this kind of stuff, but we won't go into too much detail with that. Let's just see this Typhoon back in just really quickly as we I like this kind of little end to the show. It's like just a little loose kind of, like, you know, just a little chat here and there. If you've got any questions while we finish up, we can do that. Paul Briggs, how you doing? Go, look, just lots of circuits. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit nasty. Right, before we go, let's just check if we've got any goodness me. Ted, you alright, mate? Ted's just gonna do his goodbyes just really quickly. We've got Paul Briggs, Guards March, thanks for the super chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, I could do with a hot cup of tea now. And DJ Silver Surfer, really good to see you the other day, man. Member for 26 months, a Guards March. Right, that's us done, Teddy. That is a good question. Right, okay, so it's quite historical. This is my... Okay, so it's not really a definitive answer. Okay, so... Okay, let's talk ships. All right, why are they called ships in a formation of ships? It is a historic thing. Don't forget we had airships. Don't forget... Okay, so they're not ships, they're not flying boats, but they were. Do you see, the thing is, we did have a series of flying boats, kind of like a ship. I don't think before 1903 they even thought about things flying, ships, but they did start off having the floats on them. Okay, so they started off as flying boats, so they were ships. And where do ships take off? Where do ships dock at? Ports. Well, hence airport. So it's a historical thing, and it still is led on today. So that actually comes onto the airship side of things, an airplane, an air. So we did have balloons, they were airships. So there we go, hence a ship. Okay, so you had kites, then you had balloons, then you had the almost like the Hindenburg, the you know, the Zeppelins and all this kind of stuff. So they were an airship. Okay, and we also had flying boats. So for me, you know, and actually having the term airport, that's another matter. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's more of a historic context, and I like it. I know there's some people that get upset about it, but you know, history, never change a good story. I nearly said his name. The pilot which shall not be named yet. Anyway, look, listen, at the end of the day, it's a historical thing, and you got to remember, like the likes of the Sunderland, those kind of things. Actually, is a good one. Don't forget, Supermarine were making a lot of flying boats. Do you know the first ever aircraft that I think I came across this? I think so. What was the first aircraft with retractable landing gear? Let's have a look at you. Come on. I kind of almost gave it away. Let's have a look. Typhoon Tristan, you're welcome. It was indeed the Supermarine Walrus, I believe, was the first to have retractable landing gear. That's pretty cool, quite useful. But yes. Okay, you can go. All right, that's it. So there we go. So thank you very much, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's been amazing. So, without further ado, the Supermarine thingy. Yes, exactly, Marco. Oh dear. Right. Here comes our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Both of us wearing our hats. Right, so we're gonna head off now. We're gonna go and get a kebab. No? Alright, we're gonna go and get some salmon. And it's been a good one. I can't guarantee tomorrow, unfortunately, due to the weather, but yeah, we're gonna head off. It's getting a bit uncomfortable. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's been a pleasure. RAF Coningsby, thank you for protecting our skies. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, a salute to all of you. Thank you very much for today and joining us. Fans and members, thank you so much, and I hope you had a good one. So, my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at TED HQ, RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. Have another circuit. Hit the button, Ted.
Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, gents and teddy bears,
We want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the TED Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special TED Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.